Corsages appropriate for women with unbeautifully modeled throats and shoulders. From What Dress Makes of Us, by Dorothy Quigley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Corsages appropriate for women with unbeautifully modeled throats and shoulders. Despite the traditional belief that a décolleté corsage is a tyrannous necessity of evening dress, a woman not graciously endowed with a beautifully modeled throat and shoulders may, with perfect propriety, conceal her infelicitous lines from the derisive gaze of a critical public. Women are indebted to that gentle genius, la Douce, for the suggestion that a veiled throat and bust may charmingly fulfill the requirements of evening dress, and also satisfy that sense of delicacy peculiar to some women who have not inherited from their great-great-grandmothers the certain knowledge that a low-necked gown is absolutely decorous. The woman who does not possess delicate personal charms commends herself to the beauty-loving by forbearing to expose her physical deficiencies. Unless it is because they are enslaved by custom, it is quite incomprehensible why some women will glaringly display gaunt proportions that signally lack the exquisite lines of firm and solid flesh. A throat like a ten-stringed instrument, surmounting square shoulders that end in knobs that obtrude above unfilled hollows, is an unpleasing vision that looms up conspicuously too often in opera box and drawing room. The unattractive exhibition 61 is a familiar sight in the social world. How insufferably ugly such uncovered anatomy appears in the scenery of a rich and dainty music room may be readily imagined by those who have been spared the unpleasing display. It is so obvious that shoulders like these should always be covered that it seems superfluous to remark that this type should never wear any sleeve that falls below the shoulder line. The sleeve falling off the shoulder was invented for the classic contour set forth in No. 62. Nor ribbons, nor lace, nor jewel are needed to enhance the perfect beauty of a fine, slender white throat, and the felicitous curves of sloping shoulders. One whose individual endowments are as meager as are those presented in No. 61 may improve her defects by adopting either style of corsage, shown in sketches Nos. 63 and 64. A woman's throat may lack a certain desirable roundness, and her shoulders may recede in awkward lines, and yet between these defective features the curves may have a not unpleasing daintiness and delicacy in modeling that can be advantageously revealed. A modish velvet throat band, such as shown by No. 63, is one of the most graceful conceits of fashion. The too slim throat, encircled by velvet or ornamented with a jeweled buckle or brooch, is effectively framed. The unsightly lines of the shoulders are covered, and just enough individual robustness is disclosed to suggest with becoming propriety the conventional décolleté corsage. The Princess of Wales is as constant to her velvet or pearl neckband as to her especial style of coiffure. Her throat, in evening dress, never appears unadorned by one or the other of these beautiful bands that so cleverly conceal defects, and seem to bring out more richly the texture and coloring of handsome bare shoulders. Those who do not approve of the décolleté style of dress, or whose ungraceful proportions might well be entirely concealed, can wear with appropriateness and benefit the corsage shown in number 64. This has much in its favor for a slender body. The upper part of the waist may be of chiffon or crepe, which is beautifully, one might say benignly, translucent. It has an insinuating transparency that neither reveals nor conceals too much. The neckband of velvet or satin, full and soft, apparently enlarges the throat. The sleeves may be in whatever style in cut prevails. This costume carries perfectly into effect the requirements of evening dress, and may be worn with equal fitness to formal functions or to informal affairs. A coat sleeve of lace, crepe, or chiffon, beflounced at the wrist, may be inserted under the short satin sleeves when the occasion does not require gloves. The soft white setting of thin textures around the throat and shoulders clears the complexion and brings into relief the pretty, delicate lines of a refined face. It is plain to be seen that the unattractive specimen of femininity, number 65, with the long, wrinkled neck and sharply lined face, is unbecomingly costumed in the V-shaped basque and corsage which apparently elongate her natural lankness. A charming and always fashionable yoke effect that she can wear to advantage is shown by number 66. This style of corsage is equally effective for a too thin or a too muscular neck. The filling is of tulle. A square cut corsage is most becoming to the woman whose narrow shoulders have a consumptive droop. The angular cut apparently heightens the shoulders and decreases their too steeple-like inclination. The round cut, if it frames a full throat, is also an effective style for sloping shoulders. The V-shaped cut is most becoming to the short-necked woman, whose aim should be to increase the length of her throat. It is not only the too thin neck that needs to be clothed with discrimination. Throats and shoulders that are too robust are improved by being covered. The arms and shoulders, however, are often the chief beauty of a fleshy woman, and it is to her advantage to give them as effective a setting as possible. As is obvious in number 67, the stout woman apparently increases her breadth by wearing a flamboyant corsage, and she hides the most exquisite lines of her arm with her sleeves. The princess style of gown in number 68 gives her apparent length of waist. The modest lace flounce that falls in vertical folds decreases her formidable corsage. The knotted twist of silk reveals the full beauty of her arm. In dressing the throat there are a few rules to be remembered. A too long stem-like neck may be apparently shortened by a standing ruff or a full, soft band of velvet. The tight, plain band of velvet should never be worn by a woman with a very slim neck, as is plainly discernible in sketch number 69. The plain military collar emphasizes the thinness of the slender woman's throat, but the soft crushed fold of velvet apparently enlarges the pipe-like proportions of the thin woman's neck, as may be seen in sketch number 70. The tight-fitting collar should not be worn by the corpulent woman with a thick neck, as is shown by sketch number 71. The thickness of the throat of the woman pictured in number 72 may seem due to the folds of the velvet, which gives a pleasing hint of a slender throat, a delusion not to be despised by the woman burdened with flesh. All the sisterhood, stout, thin, long-throated, or short, should know the hour when the withering touch of age begins to shrink the soft, round curves distinctive of the full, sweet throat of healthful youth. No regretful vanity should be allowed to glamour their eyes to the fact that time has them by the throat, to put it melodramatically. The wise woman will not please herself with a fatal delusion. She will realize it is illusion she needs, yards of it, lace or velvet or any beautifying texture that will conceal the deadly lines of age. End of Corsages Appropriate for Women with Unbeautifully Modeled Throats and Shoulders by Dorothy Quigley.
Darwin on the Origin of Species, a book review from the July 1860 issue of The Atlantic by Asa Gray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Novelties are enticing to most people. To us, they are simply annoying. We cling to a long-accepted theory, just as we cling to an old suit of clothes. A new theory, like a new pair of breeches (the Atlantic still affects the older type of nether garment), is sure to have hard-fitting places. Or even when no particular fault can be found with the article, it oppresses with a sense of general discomfort. New notions and new styles worry us till we get well used to them, which is only by slow degrees. Wherefore, in Galileo's time, we might have helped to proscribe, or to burn, had he been stubborn enough to warrant cremation, even the great pioneer of inductive research, although, when we had fairly recovered our composure, and had leisurely excogitated the matter, we might have come to conclude that the new doctrine was better than the old one, after all, at least for those who had nothing to unlearn. Such being our habitual state of mind, it may well be believed that the perusal of the new book On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection left an uncomfortable impression in spite of its plausible and winning ways. We were not wholly unprepared for it, as many of our contemporaries seem to have been. The scientific reading in which we indulge as a relaxation from severer studies had raised dim forebodings. Investigations about the succession of species in time and their actual geographical distribution over the earth's surface were leading up from all sides and in various ways to the question of their origin. Now and then we encountered a sentence like Professor Owen's axiom of the continuous operation of the ordained becoming of living things, which haunted us like an apparition. For, dim as our conception must needs be as to what such oracular and grandiloquent phrases might really mean, we felt confident that they presaged no good to old beliefs. Foreseeing, yet deprecating, the coming time of trouble, we still hoped that, with some repairs and makeshifts, the old views might last out our days. Après nous le déluge. Still, not to lag behind the rest of the world, we read the book in which the new theory is promulgated. We took it up, like our neighbors, and, as was natural, in a somewhat captious frame of mind. Well, we found no cause of quarrel with the first chapter. Here the author takes us directly to the barnyard and the kitchen garden. Like an honorable rural member of our general court, who sat silent until, near the close of a long session, a bill requiring all swine at large to wear pokes was introduced, when he claimed the privilege of addressing the House on the proper ground that he had been brought up among the pigs and knew all about them, so we were brought up among cows and cabbages, and the lowing of cattle, the cackling of hens, and the cooing of pigeons were sounds native and pleasant to our ears. So, variation under domestication dealt with familiar subjects in a natural way, and gently introduced variation under nature, which seemed likely enough. Then follows struggle for existence, a principle which we experimentally know to be true and cogent, bringing the comfortable assurance that man, even upon Leviathan Hobbes's theory of society, is no worse than the rest of creation, since all nature is at war, one species with another, and the nearer kindred the more internecine, bringing in thousandfold confirmation and extension of the Malthusian doctrine, that population tends far to outrun means of subsistence throughout the animal and vegetable world, and has to be kept down by sharp preventive checks, so that not more than 1 of 100 or 1,000 of the individuals whose existence is so wonderfully and so sedulously provided for ever comes to anything under ordinary circumstances. So the lucky and the strong must prevail, and the weaker and ill-favored must perish. And then follows, as naturally as one sheep follows another, the chapter on Natural Selection, Darwin's cheval de bataille, which is very much the Napoleonic doctrine, that Providence favors the strongest battalions, that, since many more individuals are born than can possibly survive, those individuals and those variations which possess any advantage, however slight, over the rest, are in the long run sure to survive, to propagate, and to occupy the limited field, to the exclusion or destruction of the weaker brethren. All this we pondered, and could not much object to. In fact, we began to contract a liking for a system which, at the outset, illustrates the advantages of good breeding, and which makes the most of every creature's best. Could we let bygones be bygones, and, beginning now, go on improving and diversifying for the future by natural selection, could we even take up the theory at the introduction of the actually existing species, we should be well content, and so perhaps would most naturalists be. It is by no means difficult to believe that varieties are incipient or possible species, when we see what trouble naturalists, especially botanists, have to distinguish between them, one regarding as a true species what another regards as a variety. When the progress of knowledge increases rather than diminishes the number of doubtful instances, and when there is less agreement than ever among naturalists as to what the basis is in nature upon which our idea of species reposes, or how the word is practically to be defined. Indeed, when we consider the endless disputes of naturalists and ethnologists over the human races, as to whether they belong to one species or to more, and if to more, whether to 3 or 5 or 50, we can hardly help fancying that both may be right, or rather, that the uni-humanitarians would have been right several thousand years ago, and the multi-humanitarians will be a few thousand years later, while at present the safe thing to say is that probably there is some truth on both sides. Natural selection, Darwin remarks, leads to divergence of character, for more living beings can be supported on the same area, the more they diverge in structure, habits, and constitution, a principle which, by the way, is paralleled and illustrated by the diversification of human labor, and also leads to much extinction of intermediate or unimproved forms. Now, though this divergence may steadily tend to increase, yet this is evidently a slow process in nature, and liable to much counteraction wherever man does not interpose, and so not likely to work much harm for the future. And if natural selection, with artificial to help it, will produce better animals and better men than the present, and fit them better to the conditions of existence, why, let it work, say we, to the top of its bent. There is still room enough for improvement. Only let us hope that it always works for good. If not, the divergent lines on Darwin's diagram of transmutation made easy ominously show what small deviations from the straight path may come to in the end. The prospect of the future, accordingly, is on the whole pleasant and encouraging. It is only the backward glance, the gaze up the long vista of the past, that reveals anything alarming. Here the lines converge as they recede into the geological ages, and point to conclusions which, upon the theory, are inevitable, but by no means welcome. The very first step backwards makes the Negro and the Hottentot our blood relations. Not that reason or scripture objects to that, though pride may. The next suggests a closer association of our ancestors of the olden time with our poor relations of the Quadrumanous family than we like to acknowledge. Fortunately, however, even if we must account for him scientifically, man with his 2 feet stands upon a foundation of his own. Intermediate links between the bimana and the quadrumana are lacking altogether, so that, put the genealogy of the brutes upon what footing you will, the 4-handed races will not serve for our forerunners, at least not until some monkey, live or fossil, is producible with great toes instead of thumbs upon his nether extremities, or until some lucky geologist turns up the bones of his ancestor and prototype in France or England, who was so busy napping the Chucky stains and chipping out flint knives and arrow beads in the time of the drift very many ages ago, before the British Channel existed, says Lyell, and until these men of the olden times are shown to have worn their great toes in a divergent and thumb-like fashion. End note. Vide Proceedings of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, 1859, and London Athenaeum, Passim. It appears to be conceded that these celts, or stone knives, are artificial productions, and of the age of the mammoth, the fossil rhinoceros, etc. That would be evidence indeed, but until some testimony of the sort is produced, we must needs believe in the separate and special creation of man, however it may have been with the lower animals and with plants. No doubt, the full development and symmetry of Darwin's hypothesis strongly suggest the evolution of the human no less than the lower animal races out of some simple primordial animal, that all are equally lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. But as the author speaks disrespectfully of spontaneous generation, and accepts a supernatural beginning of life on Earth in some form or forms of being, which included potentially all that have since existed and are yet to be, he is thereby not warranted to extend his inferences beyond the evidence or the fair probability. There seems as great likelihood that one special origination should be followed by another upon fitting occasion, such as the introduction of man, as that one form should be transmuted into another upon fitting occasion, as, for instance, in the succession of species which differ from each other only in some details. To compare small things with great in a homely illustration, man alters from time to time his instruments or machines, as new circumstances or conditions may require, and his wit suggest. Minor alterations and improvements he adds to the machine he possesses. He adapts a new rig or a new rudder to an old boat. This answers to variation. If boats could engender, the variations would doubtless be propagated, like those of domestic cattle. In course of time, the old ones would be worn out or wrecked. The best sorts would be chosen for each particular use, and further improved upon. And so the primordial boat be developed into the scow, the skiff, the sloop, and other species of watercraft, the very diversification, as well as the successive improvements, entailing the disappearance of many intermediate forms, less adapted to any one particular purpose. Wherefore these go slowly out of use, and become extinct species. This is natural selection. Now, let a great and important advance be made, like that of steam navigation. Here, though the engine might be added to the old vessel, Yet the wiser and therefore the actual way is to make a new vessel on a modified plan. This may answer to specific creation. Anyhow, the one does not necessarily exclude the other. Variation and natural selection may play their part, and so may specific creation also. Why not? This leads us to ask for the reasons which call for this new theory of transmutation. The beginning of things must needs lie in obscurity, beyond the bounds of proof, though within those of conjecture or of analogical inference. Why not hold fast to the customary view that all species were directly, instead of indirectly, created after their respective kinds as we now behold them, and that, in a manner which, passing our comprehension, we intuitively refer to the supernatural? Why this continual striving after the unattained and dim, these anxious endeavors, especially of late years, by naturalists and philosophers of various schools and different tendencies, to penetrate what one of them calls the mystery of mysteries, the origin of species? To this, in general, sufficient answer may be found in the activity of the human intellect, the delirious yet divine desire to know, stimulated as it has been by its own success in unveiling the laws and processes of inorganic nature, in the fact that the principal triumphs of our age in physical science have consisted in tracing connections where none were known before, in reducing heterogeneous phenomena to a common cause or origin, in a manner quite analogous to that of the reduction of supposed independently originated species to a common ultimate origin. Thus, and in various other ways, largely and legitimately extending the domain of secondary causes. Surely, the scientific mind of an age which contemplates the solar system as evolved from a common revolving fluid mass, which, through experimental research, has come to regard light, heat, electricity, magnetism, chemical affinity, and mechanical power as varieties or derivative and convertible forms of one force instead of independent species, which has brought the so-called elementary kinds of matter, such as the metals, into kindred groups, and raised the question whether the members of each group may not be mere varieties of one species, and which speculates steadily in the direction of the ultimate unity of matter, of a sort of prototype or simple element, which may be to the ordinary species of matter what the protozoa or component cells of an organism are to the higher sorts of animals and plants. The mind of such an age cannot be expected to let the old belief about species pass unquestioned. It will raise the question how the diverse sorts of plants and animals came to be as they are and where they are, and will allow that the whole inquiry transcends its powers only when all endeavors have failed. Granting the origin to be supernatural, or miraculous even, will not arrest the inquiry. All real origination, the philosophers will say, is supernatural. Their very question is, whether we have yet gone back to the origin, and can affirm that the present forms of plants and animals are the primordial, the miraculously created ones. And even if they admit that, they will still inquire into the order of the phenomena, into the form of the miracle. You might as well expect the child to grow up content with what it is told about the advent of its infant brother. Indeed, to learn that the newcomer is the gift of God, far from lulling inquiry, only stimulates speculation as to how the precious gift was bestowed. That questioning child is father to the man, is philosopher in short clothes. Since, then, questions about the origin of species will be raised, and have been raised, and since the theorizings, however different in particulars, all proceed upon the notion that one species of plant or animal is somehow derived from another, that the different sorts which now flourish are lineal or unlineal descendants of other and earlier sorts, it now concerns us to ask, what are the grounds in nature, the admitted facts, which suggest hypotheses of derivation in some shape or other? Reasons there must be, and plausible ones, for the persistent recurrence of theories upon this genetic basis. A study of Darwin's book, and a general glance at the present state of the natural sciences, enable us to gather the following as perhaps the most suggestive and influential. We can only enumerate them here, without much indication of their particular bearing. There is 1. The general fact of variability, the patent fact that all species vary more or less, that domesticated plants and animals, being in conditions favorable to the production and preservation of varieties, are apt to vary widely, and that by interbreeding any variety may be fixed into a race, that is, into a variety which comes true from seed. Many such races, it is allowed, differ from each other in structure and appearance as widely as do many admitted species, and it is practically very difficult, perhaps impossible, to draw a clear line between races and species. Witness the human races, for example. Wild species also vary, perhaps about as widely as those of domestication, though in different ways. Some of them appear to vary little, others moderately, others immoderately, to the great bewilderment of systematic botanists and zoologists, and their increasing disagreement as to whether various forms shall be held to the original species or marked varieties. Moreover, the degree to which the descendants of the same stock, varying in different directions, may at length diverge, is unknown. All we know is that varieties are themselves variable, and that very diverse forms have been educed from one stock. 2. Species of the same genus are not distinguished from each other by equal amounts of difference. There is diversity in this respect analogous to that of the varieties of a polymorphous species, some of them slight, others extreme. And in large genera, the unequal resemblance shows itself in the clustering of the species around several types or central species, like satellites around their respective planets. Obviously suggestive, this, of the hypothesis that they were satellites, not thrown off by revolution, like the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, and our own solitary moon, but gradually and peacefully detached by divergent variation. That such closely related species may be only varieties of higher grade, earlier origin, or more favored evolution, is not a very violent supposition. Anyhow, it was a supposition sure to be made. 3. The actual geographical distribution of species upon the Earth's surface tends to suggest the same notion. For, as a general thing, all or most of the species of a peculiar genus or other type are grouped in the same country, or occupy continuous, proximate, or accessible areas. So well does this rule hold, so general is the implication that kindred species are or were associated geographically, that most trustworthy naturalists, quite free from hypotheses of transmutation, are constantly inferring former geographical continuity between parts of the world now widely disjoined, in order to account thereby for the generic similarities among their inhabitants. Yet no scientific explanation has been offered to account for the geographical association of kindred species, except the hypothesis of a common origin. 4. Here the fact of the antiquity of creation, and in particular of the present kinds of the earth's inhabitants, or of a large part of them, comes in to rebut the objection that there has not been time enough for any marked diversification of living things through divergent variation, not time enough for varieties to have diverged into what we call species. So long as the existing species of plants and animals were thought to have originated a few thousand years ago and without predecessors, there was no room for a theory of derivation of one sort from another, nor time enough even to account for the establishment of the races which are generally believed to have diverged from a common stock. Not that 5,000 or 6,000 years was a short allowance for this, but because some of our familiar domesticated varieties of grain, of fowls, and of other animals were pictured and mummified by the old Egyptians more than half that number of years ago, if not much earlier. Indeed, perhaps the strongest argument for the original plurality of human species was drawn from the identification of some of the present races of men upon these early historical monuments and records. But this very extension of the current chronology, if we may rely upon the archaeologists, removes the difficulty by opening up a longer vista. So does the discovery in Europe of remains and implements of prehistoric races of men to whom the use of metals was unknown, men of the Stone Age, as the Scandinavian archaeologists designate them. And now, axes and knives of flint, evidently wrought by human skill, are found in beds of the drift at Amiens, also in other places, both in France and England, associated with the bones of extinct species of animals. These implements, indeed, were noticed 20 years ago. At a place in Suffolk they have been exhumed from time to time for more than a century, but the full confirmation, the recognition of the age of the deposit in which the implements occur, their abundance, and the appreciation of their bearings upon most interesting questions, belong to the present time. To complete the connection of these primitive people with the fossil ages, the French geologists, we are told, have now found these axes in Picardy associated with remains of Elephas primigenius, Rhinoceros tricorinus, Equus fossilis, and an extinct species of bos. Endnote. See correspondence of M. Niclès in American Journal of Science and Arts for March 1860. In plain language, these workers in flint lived in the time of the mammoth, of a rhinoceros now extinct, and along with horses and cattle unlike any now existing, specifically different, as naturalists say, from those with which man is now associated. Their connection with existing human races may perhaps be traced through the intervening people of the Stone Age, who were succeeded by the people of the Bronze Age, and these by workers in iron. Endnote. See Morlet, Some General Views on Archaeology, in American Journal of Science and Arts for January 1860, translated from Bulletin des une Société Vaudoise, 1859. Now various evidence carries back the existence of many of the present lower species of animals, and probably of a larger number of plants, to the same drift period. All agree that this was very many thousand years ago. Agassiz tells us that the same species of polyps, which are now building coral walls around the present peninsula of Florida, actually made that peninsula, and have been building there for centuries which must be reckoned by thousands. 5. The overlapping of existing and extinct species, and the seemingly gradual transition of the life of the drift period into that of the present, may be turned to the same account. Mammoths, mastodons, and Irish elks, now extinct, must have lived down to human, if not almost to historic, times. Perhaps the last dodo did not long outlive his huge New Zealand kindred. The auroch, once the companion of mammoths, still survives, but apparently owes his present and precarious existence to man's care. Now, nothing that we know of forbids the hypothesis that some new species have been independently and supernaturally created within the period which other species have survived. It may even be believed that man was created in the days of the mammoth, became extinct, and was recreated at a later date. But why not say the same of the auroch, contemporary both of the old man and of the new? Still it is more natural, if not inevitable, to infer that, if the aurochs of that olden time were the ancestors of the aurochs of the Lithuanian forests, so likewise were the men of that age, if men they were, the ancestors of the present human races. Then whoever concludes that these primitive makers of rude flint axes and knives were the ancestors of the better workmen of the succeeding Stone Age, and these, again, of the succeeding artificers in brass and iron, will also be likely to suppose that the Equus and Bos of that time were the remote progenitors of our own horses and cattle. In all candor, we must at least concede that such considerations suggest a genetic descent from the drift period down to the present, and allow time enough, if time is of any account, for variation and natural selection to work out some appreciable results in the way of divergence into races, or even into so-called species. Whatever might have been thought when geological time was supposed to be separated from the present era by a clear line, it is certain that a gradual replacement of old forms by new ones is strongly suggestive of some mode of origination which may still be operative. When species, like individuals, were found to die out one by one, and apparently to come in one by one, a theory for what Owen sonorously calls the continuous operation of the ordained becoming of living things could not be far off. That all such theories should take the form of a derivation of the new from the old seems to be inevitable, perhaps from our inability to conceive of any other line of secondary causes in this connection. Owen himself is apparently in travail with some transmutation theory of his own conceiving, which may yet see the light, although Darwin's came first to the birth. Different as the two theories will probably be in particulars, they cannot fail to exhibit that fundamental resemblance in this respect, which betokens a community of origin, a common foundation on the general facts and the obvious suggestions of modern science. Indeed, to turn the point of a taking simile directed against Darwin, the difference between the Darwinian and the Owenian hypotheses may, after all, be only that between homeopathic and heroic doses of the same drug. If theories of derivation could only stop here, content with explaining the diversification and succession of species between the tertiary period and the present time through natural agencies or secondary causes still in operation, we fancy they would not be generally or violently objected to by the savants of the present day. But it is hard, if not impossible, to find a stopping place. Some of the facts or accepted conclusions already referred to, and several others of a more general character which must be taken into the account, impel the theory onward with accumulated force. Vires, not to say virus, acquirit undo. The theory hitches on wonderfully well to Lyell's uniformitarian theory in geology, that the thing that has been is the thing that is and shall be, that the natural operations now going on will account for all geological changes in a quiet and easy way, only give the time enough, so connecting the present and the proximate with the farthest past by almost imperceptible gradations, a view which finds large and increasing, if not general, acceptance in physical geology, and of which Darwin's theory is the natural complement. So the Darwinian theory, once getting a foothold, marches boldly on, follows the supposed near ancestors of our present species, farther and yet farther back into the dim past, and ends with an analogical inference which makes the whole world kin. As we said at the beginning, this upshot discomposes us. Several features of the theory have an uncanny look. They may prove to be innocent, but their first aspect is suspicious, and high authorities pronounce the whole thing to be positively mischievous. In this dilemma we are going to take advice. Following the bent of our prejudices, and hoping to fortify these by new and strong arguments, we are going now to read the principal reviews which undertake to demolish the theory, with what result our readers shall be duly informed. Meanwhile, we call attention to the fact that the Appletons have just brought out a second and revised edition of Mr. Darwin's book, with numerous corrections, important additions, and a preface, all prepared by the author for this edition, in advance of a new English edition. End of Darwin on the Origin of Species, by Asa Gray. Read by Catherine Eastman.
A General View of Theosophy by A.C.W. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Fiore. Now that the Theosophical movement is becoming more widely known, there seems to be danger lest misconception should arise concerning it. Many people talk vaguely of Theosophy, with only the faintest, most meager idea of what Theosophy really is, of its motives and designs. It is a fact that cannot be disputed that, at the present time, there is a growing revolt against what has been well named Churchianity. The priests have lost their power. Their words are but idly listened to, and are practically disregarded. Christianity is acknowledged to be beautiful in theory, but utterly impossible in practice. And yet humanity must have religion. That binding force cannot be dispensed with. If it be granted that the various forms of religion at present extant fail to satisfy this pressing need, the question that presents itself is, where shall we look for a substitute? Christianity, both Catholic and Anglican, has had its day. The dreary creed of the positivists will never satisfy struggling humanity. Those among us whose path is strewn with roses may be content to think that with death there comes annihilation, may feel no desire for justice and compensation hereafter. But the suffering, the sorrowful, cry out against the cruel hopelessness of such teachings. It is the part of religion to comfort and soothe, to elevate and ennoble, and when we are forced sadly to own that no extant form of religion is able to satisfy us, where shall we look for help? I reply, to Theosophy, and if asked why, I say, because it is wide, deep, grand, and all-embracing. It is not a religion, but religion itself, the soul and pith of all religions. There is in Theosophy no formalism, no narrowness. All its conceptions are wide and lofty, and therefore satisfying. Unlike Christianity, it does not depend on written testimony. Theosophy is philosophical in its nature, and Theosophists believe and assert that there is no religion higher than truth. We do not say with the Christians, "Believe as we do, or you will be damned." We ask you to join us in the search for truth, which is higher, far higher than empty faith. Faith is a word often on the lips of a Christian, but if we look into this so-called faith, what do we find? In 9 cases out of 10, nothing but credulity. To the man of stagnant mind belief is easy, and to all of us, of course, It is more comfortable to believe what we are told than to search for what is true. There is an Italian proverb which says, "We believe what we can, not what we will." This is profoundly true. Many of us would willingly believe, and honestly endeavor to do so, but doubts and misgiving crowd upon our minds, and we find ourselves submerged in agnosticism against our will. Theosophy steps forward and says, "Do not look outside for help. Look into yourselves. Cultivate your inner vision. Increase your intuition." Some may ask, what is this intuition? I should call it the voice of God speaking to and encouraging the human entity. There is in each one of us a spark of the divine, though in many of us, alas, it is obscured and clouded, existing only as a latent potentiality. Is it not a comforting and exalting thought that each entity is spiritually a part of God, thrown off from the infinite, placed here for progress, to increase the spirituality by discipline, and finally, after successive reincarnations, to return to the infinite whence it came? Let this divine spark, this hidden gem, shine about our path with a steady light, driving before it the phantoms of error, superstition, and bigotry. True knowledge can only be obtained through intuition, and those who earnestly cultivate this vision of the soul will find truth, and help, and guidance in the battle of life. St. George Mivart says of intuitive perception, "The greatest certainty to which the human intellect can attain is the certainty of intuition, the certainty of things which require no proof, because they are self-evident." Such intuitional certainty is that of our existence and present feelings, thoughts, and volitions, the certainty of things directly perceived by several of our senses at once, and above all, the certainty of universal and necessary truths, such as that things which are equal to the same thing are equal to each other, and that nothing can simultaneously both be and not be. The whole scheme of Theosophy is, as I have said before, so large and grand that those who go deeply into it, who really follow it, cannot but realize that their own individual troubles are small and insignificant. For example, if when trouble encompasses me, I turn from my sorrow and contemplate the far greater misery of many around me, and further than that, of numbers whom I know not of, how can I selfishly dwell and brood upon my trials? Rather should the knowledge that there are but a few infinitesimal drops in the great sea of human misery make me resolve to endure bravely, and help others to endure. The true Theosophist throws off sorrow. He refuses to dwell in an atmosphere of depression. He does not allow his mind to be engrossed by ephemeral cares. He has glorious hopes for the future of his race. How can he then suffer himself to be cast down by petty personal cares in the present? Frequently has the thought occurred to me when unhappy, what does it signify if this little ego of mine suffers? Many whom I know are happy. The happiness is not mine, it is true, but it is there. The happiness truly exists, though not for me. Progress, not happiness, is the law of this world, and Theosophy holds out a helping hand to all who wish for progress. Theosophy appeals to the dissatisfied, to those who feel that their religion, with its forms and ceremonies, are not enough. It appeals to the active-minded, to those who long for knowledge for its own sake. It appeals to the solitary. To these it offers a spiritual brotherhood, whose members counsel and advise and support each other. The members of this fraternity are of all classes, all creeds, all nationalities. The bigoted and the exclusive find no other great religion. It proves the necessity of an absolute divine principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the sun. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity as the absolute and abstract eus. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions. gods created by man in his own image and likeness. End of A General View of Theosophy by A.C.W. Recording by Andrea Fiore.
The Germ Theory and Its Applications to Medicine and Surgery by Louis Pasteur. Read before the French Academy of Sciences, April 29, 1878. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The sciences gain by mutual support. When, as a result of my first communications on the fermentations in 1857 and 1858, it appeared that the ferments, properly so called, are living beings, that the germs of microscopic organisms abound in the surface of all objects, in the air and in the water, that the theory of spontaneous generation is chimerical, that wines, beer, vinegar, the blood, urine, and all the fluids of the body undergo none of their usual changes in pure air, both medicine and surgery received fresh stimulation. A French physician, Dr. Davin, was fortunate in making the first application of these principles to medicine in 1863. Our researches of last year left the etiology of the putrid disease or septicemia in a much less advanced condition than that of anthrax. We had demonstrated the probability that septicemia depends upon the presence and growth of a microscopic body, but the absolute proof of this important conclusion was not reached. To demonstrate experimentally that a microscopic organism actually is the cause of a disease and the agent of contagion, I know no other way, in the present state of science, than to subject the microbe, the new and happy term introduced by M. Sedillot, to the method of cultivation out of the body. It may be noted that in 12 successive cultures, each one of only 10 cubic centimeters volume, the original drop will be diluted as if placed in a volume of fluid equal to the total volume of the earth. It is just this form of test to which M. Joubert and I subjected the anthrax bacteridium. Having cultivated it a great number of times in a sterile fluid, each culture being started with a minute drop from the preceding, we then demonstrated that the product of the last culture was capable of further development and of acting in the animal tissues by producing anthrax with all its symptoms. Such is, as we believe, the indisputable proof that anthrax is a bacterial disease. Our researches concerning the septic vibrio had not so far been convincing, and it was to fill up this gap that we resumed our experiments. To this end, we attempted the cultivation of the septic vibrio from an animal dead of septicemia. It is worth noting that all of our first experiments failed, despite the variety of culture media we employed: urine, beer yeast water, meat water, etc. Our culture media were not sterile, but we found, most commonly, a microscopic organism showing no relationship to the septic vibrio, and presenting the form, common enough elsewhere, of chains of extremely minute spherical granules possessed of no virulence whatever. This was an impurity, introduced, unknown to us, at the same time as the septic vibrio, and the germ undoubtedly passed from the intestines, always inflamed and distended in septicemic animals, into the abdominal fluids from which we took our original cultures of the septic vibrio. If this explanation of the contamination of our cultures was correct, we ought to find a pure culture of the septic vibrio in the heart's blood of an animal recently dead of septicemia. This was what happened, but a new difficulty presented itself. All our cultures remained sterile. Furthermore, this sterility was accompanied by loss in the culture media of the original virulence. It occurred to us that the septic vibrio might be an obligatory anaerobe, and that the sterility of our inoculated culture fluids might be due to the destruction of the septic vibrio by the atmospheric oxygen dissolved in the fluids. The Academy may remember that I have previously demonstrated facts of this nature in regard to the vibrio of butyric fermentation, which not only lives without air, but is killed by the air. It was necessary, therefore, to attempt to cultivate the septic vibrio either in a vacuum or in the presence of inert gases, such as carbonic acid. Results justified our attempt. The septic vibrio grew easily in a complete vacuum, and no less easily in the presence of pure carbonic acid. These results have a necessary corollary. If a fluid containing septic vibrios be exposed to pure air, the vibrios should be killed and all virulence should disappear. This is actually the case. If some drops of septic serum be spread horizontally in a tube and in a very thin layer, the fluid will become absolutely harmless in less than half a day, even if at first it was so virulent as to produce death upon the inoculation of the smallest portion of a drop. Furthermore, all the vibrios, which crowded the liquid as motile threads, are destroyed and disappear. After the action of the air, only fine amorphous granules can be found, unfit for culture, as well as for the transmission of any disease whatever. It might be said that the air burned the vibrios. If it is a terrifying thought that life is at the mercy of the multiplication of these minute bodies, it is a consoling hope that science will not always remain powerless before such enemies, since, for example, at the very beginning of the study, we find that simple exposure to air is sufficient at times to destroy them. But if oxygen destroys the vibrios, how can septicemia exist, since atmospheric air is present everywhere? How can such facts be brought in accord with the germ theory? How can blood, exposed to air, become septic through the dust the air contains? All things are hidden, obscure, and debatable if the cause of the phenomena be unknown, but everything is clear if this cause be known. What we have just said is true only of a septic fluid containing adult vibrios in active development by fission. Conditions are different when the vibrios are transformed into their germs, that is, into the glistening corpuscles first described and figured in my studies on silkworm disease, in dealing with worms dead of the disease called flacherie. Only the adult vibrios disappear, burn up, and lose their virulence in contact with air. The germ corpuscles under these conditions remain always ready for new cultures and for new inoculations. All this, however, does not do away with the difficulty of understanding how septic germs can exist on the surface of objects floating in the air and in water. Where can these corpuscles originate? Nothing is easier than the production of these germs, in spite of the presence of air in contact with septic fluids. If abdominal serous exudate containing septic vibrios actively growing by fission be exposed to the air, as we suggested above, but with the precaution of giving a substantial thickness to the layer, even if only 1 centimeter be used, this curious phenomenon will appear in a few hours. The oxygen is absorbed in the upper layers of the fluid, as is indicated by the change of color. Here the vibrios are dead and disappear. In the deeper layers, on the other hand, towards the bottom of this centimeter of septic fluid we suppose to be under observation, the vibrios continue to multiply by fission, protected from the action of oxygen by those that have perished above them. Little by little they pass over to the condition of germ corpuscles with the gradual disappearance of the thread forms, so that instead of moving threads of varying length, sometimes greater than the field of the microscope, there is to be seen only a number of glittering points, lying free or surrounded by a scarcely perceptible amorphous mass. Footnote: in our note of July 16, 1877, it is stated that the septic vibrio is not destroyed by the oxygen of the air nor by oxygen at high tension, but that under these conditions it is transformed into germ corpuscles. This is, however, an incorrect interpretation of the facts. The vibrio is destroyed by oxygen, and it is only where it is in a thick layer that it is transformed to germ corpuscles in the presence of oxygen, and that its virulence is preserved. End of footnote. Thus is formed, containing the latent germ life, no longer in danger from the destructive action of oxygen. Thus, I repeat, is formed the septic dust, and we are able to understand what has before seemed so obscure. We can see how putrescible fluids can be inoculated by the dust of the air, and how it is that putrid diseases are permanent in the world. The Academy will permit me, before leaving these interesting results, to refer to one of their main theoretical consequences. At the very beginning of these researches, for they reveal an entirely new field, what must be insistently demanded? The absolute proof that there actually exist transmissible, contagious, infectious diseases, of which the cause lies essentially and solely in the presence of microscopic organisms. The proof that for at least some diseases the conception of spontaneous virulence must be forever abandoned, as well as the idea of contagion and an infectious element suddenly originating in the bodies of men or animals and able to originate diseases which propagate themselves under identical forms. and all of those opinions fatal to medical progress, which have given rise to the gratuitous hypotheses of spontaneous generation, of albumoid ferments, of hemiorganisms, of archbiosis, and many other conceptions without the least basis in observation. What is to be sought for in this instance is the proof that along with our vibrio there does not exist an independent virulence belonging to the surrounding fluids or solids. In short, that the vibrio is not merely an epiphenomenon of the disease of which it is the obligatory accompaniment. What then do we see in the results that I have just brought out? A septic fluid, taken at the moment that the vibrios are not yet changed into germs, loses its virulence completely upon simple exposure to the air, but preserves this virulence, although exposed to air, on the simple condition of being in a thick layer for some hours. In the first case, the virulence once lost by exposure to air, the liquid is incapable of taking it on again upon cultivation. But in the second case, it preserves its virulence and can propagate even after exposure to air. It is impossible, then, to assert that there is a separate virulent substance, either fluid or solid, existing apart from the adult vibrio or its germ, nor can it be supposed that there is a virus which loses its virulence at the moment that the adult vibrio dies, for such a substance should also lose its virulence when the vibrios, changed to germs, are exposed to the air. Since the virulence persists under these conditions, it can only be due to the germ corpuscles, the only thing present. There is only one possible hypothesis as to the existence of a virus in solution, and that is that such a substance, which was present in our experiment in non-fatal amounts, should be continuously furnished by the vibrio itself during its growth in the body of the living animal. But it is of little importance, since the hypothesis supposes the forming and necessary existence of the vibrio. I hasten to touch upon another series of observations which are even more deserving the attention of the surgeon than the preceding. I desire to speak of the effects of our microbe of pus when associated with the septic vibrio. There is nothing more easy to superpose, as it were, two distinct diseases, and to produce what might be called a septicemic purulent infection or a purulent septicemia. Whilst the microbe producing pus, when acting alone, gives rise to a thick pus, white or sometimes with a yellow or bluish tint, not putrid, diffused or enclosed by the so-called pyogenic membrane, not dangerous, especially if localized in cellular tissue, ready, if the expression may be used, for rapid resorption. On the other hand, the smallest abscess produced by this organism, when associated with the septic vibrio, takes on a thick gangrenous appearance, putrid, greenish, and infiltrating the softened tissues. In this case, the microbe of pus carried, so to speak, by the septic vibrio accompanies it throughout the body. The highly inflamed muscular tissues, full of serous fluid, showing also globules of pus here and there, are like a kneading of the two organisms. By a similar procedure, the effects of the anthrax bacteridium and the microbe of pus may be combined, and the two diseases may be superposed, so as to obtain a purulent anthrax or an anthracoid purulent infection. Care must be taken not to exaggerate the predominance of the new microbe over the bacteridium. If the microbe be associated with the latter in sufficient amount, it may crowd it out completely, prevent it from growing in the body at all. Anthrax does not appear, and the infection, entirely local, becomes merely an abscess whose cure is easy. The microbe producing pus and the septic vibrio, not both being anaerobes, as we have demonstrated, it is evident that the latter will not much disturb its neighbor. Nutrient substances, fluid or solid, can scarcely be deficient in the tissues from such minute organisms. But the anthrax bacteridium is exclusively aerobic, and the proportion of oxygen is far from being equally distributed throughout the tissues. Innumerable conditions can diminish or exhaust the supply here and there, and since the microbe producing pus is also aerobic, it can be understood how, by using a quantity slightly greater than that of the bacteridium, it might easily deprive the latter of the oxygen necessary for it. But the explanation of the fact is of little importance. It is certain that under some conditions the microbe we are speaking of entirely prevents the development of the bacteridium. Summarizing, it appears from the preceding facts that it is possible to produce at will, purulent infections with no elements of putrescence, putrescent purulent infections, anthracoid purulent infections, and finally combinations of these types of lesions, varying according to the proportions of the mixtures of the specific organisms made to act on the living tissues. These are the principal facts I have to communicate to the Academy and in the names of my collaborators, Messrs. Joubert and Chamberlain. Some weeks ago, session of the 11th of March last, a member of the section of medicine and surgery, M. Sidulot, after long meditation on the lessons of a brilliant career, did not hesitate to assert that the successes as well as the failures of surgery find a rational explanation in the principles upon which the germ theory is based, and that this theory would found a new surgery, already begun by a celebrated English surgeon, Dr. Lister, who was among the first to understand its fertility. With no professional authority, but with the conviction of a trained experimenter, I venture here to repeat the words of an eminent confrère. End of The Germ Theory and Its Applications to Medicine and Surgery by Louis Pasteur.
The History of Insects by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Insects by Anonymous. Insects are so called from a separation in the middle of their bodies, seemingly cut into two parts, and joined together by a small ligature, as we see in wasps and common flies. However small and contemptible this class of beings may appear at first thought, yet when we come to reflect and carefully investigate, we shall be struck with wonder and astonishment, and shall discover that the smallest gnat that buzzes in the meadow is as much a subject of admiration as the largest elephant that ranges the forests, or the most huge whale that ploughs the deep. And when we consider the least creatures that we can imagine, myriads of which are too small to be discovered without the help of glasses, and that each of their bodies is made up of different organs or parts, by which they receive or retain nourishment, with the power of action, how natural the exclamation, quote, O Lord, how manifold are thy works, in wisdom hast thou made them all, unquote. Under these considerations, that they are the work of the same great, good, and almighty hands that formed us, and that they are all capable of feeling pleasure and pain, surely every little child, as well as older person, ought to carefully avoid every kind of cruelty to any kind of creature, great or small. The Supreme Court of Judicature at Athens punished a boy for putting out the eyes of a poor bird, and parents and masters should never overlook an instance of cruelty to anything that has life, however minute and seemingly contemptible the object may be. Quote, I would not enter on my list of friends, though graced with polished manners and fine sense, yet wanting sensibility, the man who needlessly sets foot upon a worm. The flea. This very troublesome little animal multiplies very fast among old rags, dirt, straw, and litter, hogs, cats, or dogs sleep, and in the hair and bristles of these creatures. Therefore, as a means of avoiding such unwelcome neighbors, in the spring the cleanly fanner scrapes the rubbish about his woodpile and around his house and barn, and removes it to his field, where it also repays him by manuring his lands. They abound in warm countries, particularly in the southern parts of France and Italy. When examined by a microscope, the flea is a pleasant object. The body is curiously adorned with a suit of polished armor, neatly jointed, and beset with a great number of sharp pins, almost like the quills of a porcupine. It has a small head, large eyes, 2 horns or feelers, which proceed from the head, and 4 long legs from the breasts. They are very hairy and long, and have several joints, which fold as if it were one within another. The grasshopper. Grasshoppers are too common
to need description, as they abound almost wherever there is green grass. One summer only is their period of life. They are hatched in the spring and die in the fall, previous to which they deposit their eggs in the earth, which the genial warmth of the next season brings to life. They are food for many of the feathered race. The dragonfly. Of these flies, which are called by many spindles, there are various species. They all have two large eyes covering the whole surface of the head. They fly very swiftly and prey upon the wing, clearing the air of innumerable little flies. The great live above water, but the smaller are common among edges and about gardens. The scorpion. This is one of the largest of all the insect tribe. It is met with in different countries, and of various sizes, from 2 to 3 inches to nearly a foot in length. It somewhat resembles a lobster and casts its skin as a lobster does its shell. Scorpions are common in hot countries. They are very bold and watchful. When anything approaches, they erect their tails, and stand ready to inflict the direful sting. In some parts of Italy and France, they are among the greatest pests that plague mankind. They are very numerous, and are most common in old houses, in dry or decayed walls, and among furniture, insomuch that it is attended with much danger to remove the same. Their sting is generally a very deadly poison, though not in all cases, owing to a difference of malignity of different animals, or some other cause. In the time of the children of Israel, scorpions were a plague in Egypt and Canaan, as appears in the sacred writings. See Deuteronomy, Volume 3, Chapter 15, and other passages. The honeybee. This is an extraordinary, curious, and remarkably industrious little insect to which mankind are indebted for one of the most palatable and wholesome sweets which nature affords, and which was one of the choice articles with which the promised land was said to abound. In every hive of bees there are 3 kinds: the queen, the drones, and the laborers. Of these last there are by far the greatest number, and as cold weather approaches, they drive from the hives and destroy the drones that have not labored in summer and will not let them eat in winter. If bees are examined through a glass hive, all appears at first like confusion, but on more careful inspection every animal is found regularly employed. It is very delightful, when the maple and other trees are in bloom, or the clover in the meadow, to be abroad and hear their busy hum. Quote, "Brisk as the busy bee among learning flowers, employ thy youthful sunshine hours." The elephant beetle. The elephant beetle is the largest of its kind hitherto known, and is found in South America, particularly in Guinea, around the rivers Surinam and Orinoco. It is of a black color, and the whole body is covered with a shell, full as thick and strong as that of a small crab. There is one preserved in the museum that measures more than 6 inches. Of butterflies there are many kinds. How wonderful the various changes of this class of insects! The butterflies lay their eggs, and from these hatch out worms or caterpillars, which change their skins several times, and finally become orelaire chrysales or silkworms, out of which come the beautiful butterflies.
End of The History of Insects by Anonymous.
How Pain Leads to Knowledge and Power by James Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Suffering leads to perfection through successive stages of knowledge, not knowledge from books, but knowledge of life, and each step in knowledge means that some form of suffering has been transmuted and transcended. A particular kind of pain, experienced innumerable times, at last leads to knowledge of the cause of that pain, and when the cause is discovered, removed, and not again entertained, the pain is forever transcended. This principle is applicable both to physical pain, which is caused by disease, and to mental suffering, caused by wrong thinking. When the cause of a disease is known, it can be avoided, and the disease and its pain can never attack us. The cause of certain forms of disease is known, and the prudent avoid the cause, and so escape the disease. The causes of many bodily disorders, however, still await discovery, and until such discovery is effected, the disorders will continue. In all forms of mental suffering, the cause can be more readily discovered, and when discovered, removed and avoided, because the mind comes more under our immediate control. We cannot eliminate the bodily sensation of pain. The pain caused by direct injury to the body is different from that caused by disease. Thus a perfect man, perfect in both mind and health, would feel pain from a cut or wound, just as an imperfect man would, and it is necessary for the protection of his body that he should do so, but his bodily pain would be modified by his attitude of mind towards it. It would not cause him any mental suffering, and he would retain his happiness and peace of mind. The imperfect man would, however, become disturbed mentally, would be aroused to fear, or agitation, or anger, and would so add mental pain to physical, so that even the physical pain would appear greater. Not one of the great teachers has taught men how to overcome bodily pain or annul the bodily sensation of pain. This is highly significant in view of the fact that certain schools of thought aim at this end. This studying and striving to render one's body insensible to pain is no new thing. It was taught and practiced in the East thousands of years ago, and is known in India as Hatha Yoga, or physical yoga. If accounts speak truly, there are still yogis in India who can cut and wound their bodies and not experience pain, and while this is an accomplishment of its kind, it is a bad one, and is no indication of spiritual advancement. Indeed, this Hatha Yoga was condemned as black yoga or false yoga by the great teachers of India, who declared that it led to bodily disease and spiritual ignorance, and not to health and truth. The practice taught by the spiritually enlightened was, and is, known as Raja Yoga, meaning kingly yoga. This kingly or true yoga consisted in purifying the heart and gaining control of the mind, and the method is embodied in their precepts. The precepts of Jesus outline this practice with great clearness. It is clear, then, that we should not strive to become insensible to physical pain, first because it is unnatural, and second, because we should thereby deprive ourselves of the warning and protection to our body which such pain affords. But we should endeavor to heal the pain, when caused by injury, or find and remove the cause, when it is the result of disease. Nor should we try to render ourselves insensible to mental pain by any process of hardening. Unnatural as this is, it can be done successfully up to a certain point, just as insensibility to physical pain can be accomplished in a degree, for as the latter ultimately leads to wreckage of the body, so the former leads to mental disaster, leads one further and further away from the truth, until at last he has to begin all over again. Nevertheless, mental pain can be transcended, yet not by hardening the heart, but by softening it, by practicing oneself in all thoughts and deeds that are good and kind and just, until at last the cause of the mind's suffering is clearly seen and is removed and avoided. Once the cause of any particular kind of mental pain is seen, its elimination from the mind becomes comparatively easy. The thought which originated the deed which produced the pain is gradually reduced in strength and in the frequency of its recurrence, until it at last disappears entirely from the mind and life. And with each mental pain thus transcended, there is a great advance in knowledge, and it is divine knowledge which is accompanied with steadfastness, happiness, and power, lifting on able those fluctuations between happiness and misery in which the majority live. Thus the wise man sees that everything is good, even the presence of pain, and he uses that pain to enable him to reach higher regions of knowledge. Regarding his pain as a sure indication that he has done wrong somewhere, he searches for his mistake, and having found it, he ever avoids it. So in the crucible of pain is the dross of ignorance burned away from us. Thus we are purified in the fire of knowledge. Published in the Epoch, date unknown. End of How Pain Leads to Knowledge and Power by James Allen. Recording by Andrea Fiore.
An Italian Dinner by Mrs. W. G. Waters, from The Cook's Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. An Italian Dinner by Mrs. W. G. Waters, from The Cook's Decameron. Menu: Neapolitan soup, ostrich alla Livornese, pollo all'oliva, cauliflower alla parmigiana, polenta pasticciata, bodino of semolina. Number 29. Neapolitan soup. Ingredients: fowl, potato flour, eggs, bechamel sauce, peas, asparagus, spinach, clear soup. Mix a 1/4 pound of forcemeat of fowl with a tablespoon of potato flour, a tablespoon of bechamel sauce No. 3, and the yolk of an egg. Put this into a tube about the size round of an ordinary macaroni. 20 minutes before serving, squirt the forcemeat into a saucepan with boiling stock, and nip off the forcemeat as it comes through the pipe into pieces about 1.5 inches long. Let it simmer, and add boiled peas and asparagus tips. If you like to have the fowl macaroni white and green, you can color half the forcemeat with a spoonful of spinach coloring. Serve in a good clear soup. Number 55. Ostrich alla Livornese, oysters. Ingredients: oysters, parsley, shallot, anchovies, fennel pepper, breadcrumbs, cream, lemon. Detach the oysters from their shells, and put them into china shells with their own liquor. Have ready a dessert spoonful of parsley, shallot, anchovy, and very little fennel. Add a tablespoonful of breadcrumbs and a little pepper, and mix the whole with a little cream. Put some of this mixture on each oyster, and then bake them in a moderate fire for 1/4 hour. At the last minute add a squeeze of lemon juice to each oyster, and serve on a folded napkin. Number 133. Pollo alla oliva, chicken. Ingredients: fowl, onions, celery, salt, parsley, carrots, butter, stock, olives, tomatoes. Cut up half an onion, a stick of celery, a sprig of parsley, a carrot, and cook them all in a 1/4 pound of butter. Into this put a fowl, cut up, and let it act brown all over. Turn when necessary, and then baste it with boiling stock. Add 4 Spanish olives cut up, and 4 others pounded in a mortar, 8 whole olives, and 3 tablespoonsful of tomato puree reduced, and when the fowl is well cooked, pour the sauce over it. Number 161. Cauliflower a la Parmigiana. Ingredients: cauliflower, butter, Parmesan, cheddar, espagnole, stock. Boil a cauliflower in salted water, then sauté it in butter, but be careful not to cook it too much. Take it off the fire and strew grated Parmesan and cheddar over it, then put in a fireproof dish and add a good spoonful of stock and 1 of espagnole (No. 1), and put it in the oven for 10 minutes. Number 188. Polenta Pastacciata. Ingredients: polenta, butter, cheese, mushrooms, tomatoes. Prepare a good polenta as above. Put it in layers in a fireproof dish, and add by degrees 1½ ounces of melted butter, 2 cooked mushrooms cut up, and 2 tablespoonsful of grated cheese. If you like, you may add a good-sized tomato mashed up. Put the dish in the oven, and before serving brown it over with salamander. Number 211. Bodino of semolina. Ingredients: semolina, milk, eggs, castor sugar, lemon, sultanas, rum, butter, cream, or zabajone. Number 222. Boil 1½ pints of milk with 4 ounces of castor sugar, and gradually add 5 ounces of semolina. Boil for a quarter of an hour more, and stir continually with a wooden spoon. Then take the saucepan off the fire, and when it has cooled a little, add the yolks of 6 and the whites of 2 eggs, well beaten up, a little grated lemon peel, 3/4 of an ounce of sultanas, and 2 small glasses of rum. Mix well, so as to get it very smooth. Pour it into a buttered mold, and serve either hot or cold. If cold, put whipped cream flavored with stick vanilla round the dish. If hot, a zabajone. Number 222. Footnotes. Number 1 refers to espagnole, or brown sauce. The chief ingredient of this useful sauce is good stock, to which add any remnants and bones of fowl or game. Butter the bottom of a stewpan with at least 2 ounces of butter, and in it put slices of lean veal, ham, bacon, cuttings of beef, fowl, or game trimmings, 3 peppercorns, mushroom trimmings, a tomato, a carrot, and a turnip cut up, an onion stuck with 2 cloves, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, parsley, and marjoram. Put the lid on the stewpan and braise well for 15 minutes. Then stir in a tablespoon of flour, and pour in a 1/4 pint of good boiling stock, and boil very gently for 15 minutes. Then strain through a tamis. Skim off all the grease. Pour the sauce into an earthenware vessel, and let it get cold. If it is not rich enough, add a little Liebig or glaze. Pass through a sieve again before using. Number 3. Bechamel sauce. Ingredients: butter, ham, veal, carrots, shallot, celery, bay leaf, cloves, thyme, peppercorns, potato flour, cream, fowl stock. Prepare a mirepoix by mixing 2 ounces of butter, trimmings of lean veal and ham, a carrot, a shallot, a little celery, all cut into dice, a bay leaf, 2 cloves, 4 peppercorns, and a little thyme. Put this on a moderate fire so as not to let it color, and when all the moisture is absorbed, add a tablespoonful of potato flour. Mix well, and gradually add equal quantities of cream and fowl stock, and stir till it boils. Then let it simmer gently. Stir occasionally, and if it gets too thick, add more cream and white stock. After 2 hours, pass it twice slowly through a tamis so as to get the sauce very smooth. Number 187. Polenta. Polenta is made of ground Indian corn, and may be used either as a separate dish or as a garnish for roast meat, pigeons, fowl, etc. It is made like porridge. Gradually drop the meal with one hand into boiling stock or water, and stir continually with a wooden spoon with the other hand. In about a quarter of an hour it will be quite thick and smooth. Then add a little butter and grated Parmesan, and 1 egg beaten up. Let it get cold, then put it in layers in a baking dish. Add a little butter to each layer, sprinkle with plenty of Parmesan, and bake it for about an hour in a slow oven. Serve hot. Number 222. Zabajone. Ingredients: eggs, sugar, marsala, maraschino or other light-colored liqueur, sponge fingers. Zabajone is a kind of syllabub. It is made with marsala and maraschino, or marsala and yellow chartreuse. Reckon the quantities as follows. For each person, the yolks of 3 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of castor sugar to each egg, and a wine glass of wine and liqueur mixed. Whip up the yolks of the eggs with the sugar, then gradually add the wine. Put this in a bain-marie and stir until it has thickened to the consistency of a custard. Take care, however, that it does not boil. Serve hot in custard glasses and hand sponge fingers with it. End of An Italian Dinner by Mrs. W. G. Waters. From the Cook's Decameron. Lucy Keyes, A Story of Mount Wachusett by A. P. Marble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lucy Keyes was the daughter of Robert Keyes, who lived in the town of Princeton in Massachusetts about the year 1755. At the age of 2½ or 3 years, she disappeared one night at sunset and was never afterwards heard of by her parents. Her father spent the greater part of his life in a fruitless search for her among the various tribes of Indians, and her mother lost her reason in the contemplation of the unknown fate which had befallen her little daughter. This is an account of the little girl's disappearance, and the elucidation of a mystery which, for 3/4 of a century, baffled all search. The story is derived from traditions in the neighborhood, from allusions to Lucy in the local histories, and from the dying statement of a chief actor in the tragedy. The 4th settler in the town was Robert Keyes. It is well known that our ancestors had frequent trouble with the Indians, and that white people were stolen to be either put to death or returned to their friends for a ransom. Lancaster had been burned 75 years before, and Mrs. Rowlandson, the minister's wife, was carried into captivity. She was taken to New Hampshire, and after wandering with her captors 30 days or more, she was returned to the foot of Mount Wachusett, and on a rock near the shore of Wachusett Lake, where the chiefs held their councils, she was purchased of her captors by John Hoar, an ancestor of the distinguished Senator Hoar, for $30 in silver, together with some trinkets and provisions. King Philip himself was present, and opposed the release of Mrs. Rowlandson. But even his influence did not overcome the cupidity of the petty chief who held her. From this circumstance the rock is now known as Redemption Rock. It has been purchased by Senator Hoar, and its southern face now bears an appropriate inscription to commemorate the release, and the courage and diplomacy of John Hoar. The inscription, quote, "Upon this rock, May 2nd, 1676, was made the agreement for the ransom of Mrs. Mary Rowlandson of Lancaster, between the Indians and John Hoar of Concord. King Philip was with the Indians, but refused his consent." It was on Pine Hill, a mile or two south of this rock, and at the eastern base of the mountain, that Robert Keyes cut down the forest and made a home for his little family. The spot is picturesque and sightly. To the north, and seen through the clearing, nestles Lake Wachusett among its woody banks, while far in the horizon are seen the New Hampshire hills, and beyond, the blue summits of the White Mountains. To the east the landscape stretches away, diversified with lake and valley and woody slope, till it is lost to sight in the dimly distant line of the misty ocean. To the south is the dome-like knoll of Pine Hill, covered with evergreen trees, and on the west rises the steep acclivity of Mount Wachusett, while between these two may be seen the hills, 20 miles away, that divide the waters of the Connecticut from the streams that supply the Nashua and the Merrimack. On a sunny afternoon in summer, Mr. Keyes and his boys were in the field some distance from the house, picking up logs and burning them with the stumps and brush to enlarge the farm. Around the house were fields of corn and flax and waving grain. The cows and sheep were browsing in the edge of the woods. Mrs. Keyes was spinning flax in front of the cabin door, seated on a low, home-made stool upon the hard and smoothly swept ground. Within, the neatly kept log cabin had a rough floor strewn with white sand. On one side of the single large room there was a settee stuffed with shavings of birch bark, and a cat lay curled up and dozing in the sun, which streamed in through the open lattice that took the place of a window. Around the room were the rough tables and the benches which used to serve as furniture in such primitive dwellings. Shelves and cupboards were fastened upon the wall. Dried apples and pumpkins, pieces of venison and smoked ham hung upon poles at the top of the room. The wide fireplace and large open chimney stood at one side. The embers smoldered between the great andirons, ready to be kindled for preparing the evening meal. Aloft, and reached by a ladder that rested against an opening, was the chamber where the family used to sleep. This was the happy home of Robert Keyes, where comfort and busy contentment reigned. On the afternoon in question, 2 older daughters were at play with little Lucy under the trellis of hop vines that shaded their mother from the sun. Those were not the days of carpets or of painted floors. Neat housewives would sprinkle the boards with clean white sand, and this, under the tread of feet, would scour the wood and then be swept away. The brooms were made by stripping the sapling birch and tying these strips in a bundle over the end of the stick, or by tying cedar or hemlock boughs at the end of a pointed handle. Housekeepers were unacquainted with boughten brushes and corn brooms and sweeping machines. At their mother's call the 2 older girls started with a bucket to go to the shore of the lake to fetch some sand for the floor. Little Lucy, thus left alone, soon tired of her play, and wandered away among the vines and the corn around the door, till she came to a path that led to the lake. She followed her sisters a long way behind them, and was never again seen by her friends. Soon the sun had disappeared behind the summit of the mountain, and the deepening shadows were beginning to creep toward the cabin. The mother had put away her spinning wheel, and the smoke was curling up from out of the wide-mouthed chimney in preparation of her supper. The farmer and his sons had left the field and gone to a little blacksmith shop a few rods down the hill, where he had mended a broken buck-scythe. The two girls had joined them there, and now they all came trooping together to the house. The boys and their father were washing their hands and faces from the sweat of the forge and the burnt logs. The mother was busy with her cooking. The girls had put away the bucket of sand and gone out to play, when they missed Lucy and began searching for her among the hills of corn. Not finding her, they came back to the log cabin and told their mother. She thought the little girl must be near, and sent the sisters to look again, while she arranged the wooden plates and the pewter dippers and the iron knives and wooden spoons upon the table. The girls soon came back without finding Lucy, but the mother even then supposed that she had fallen asleep, overcome by her play and the heat of the sun. She stepped to the door and called loudly for Lucy, and the family sat down to supper, expecting her every minute to walk in. She did not come, and hastily finishing their meal, they all went to search the farm. Not finding Lucy, they became thoroughly alarmed. Adjoining Mr. Key's farm, and between it and the foot of the mountain, was the clearing of a Mr. Littlejohn. He had no family. His farm was but little cultivated, and his cabin had not the air of home and comfort which Mrs. Keyes had put into hers. He was a hunter also, and he had a brace or two of dogs. Bearskins were tacked to the walls of his hut to dry, and deer horns and fox skins still further showed the hunter. This man was of a morose and hermit-like nature. There was a mystery about his early history. He had come from the old world, where he had mingled in affairs of state, and whence he had fled. Little children were afraid of him. He was quarrelsome, too, and before this time he had claimed a part of Mr. Key's land. As the two farmers could not agree on the boundary line, they had called in two of their neighbors, and a surveyor from Lancaster, to fix the boundary. These had decided in favor of Mr. Key's. The two neighbors had very little to do with each other after that, and the hermit became still more unsocial and morose. But in his distress Mr. Keyes called upon this man for help, and Mr. Littlejohn appeared to enter heartily into the search. The frequency of captures by the Indians at once led to the suspicion that they had stolen Lucy. Mr. Littlejohn, as a hunter, assumed direction of the searching party. He sent the father and boys to follow the path towards the lake, the mother and daughters to go down the hill towards the east, while he went to the south and up the mountain. All hunted fast and far till late in the evening, when the gathering darkness had settled on the woods and hills, and then they turned their weary steps homeward. About this time all the members of the Keyes families saw the light of a huge bonfire northwesterly from their house, and turned their steps towards the spot, for this was a signal that the lost was found. On reaching the place, however, they found Mr. Littlejohn, but no Lucy. He said that the darkness prevented further search that night, and he had lighted the fire in order, if possible, to attract the attention of the child, and also to bring together all the inhabitants around, to institute a more thorough search in the morning. Afterwards others came in, and when they heard the story, one of them proposed to give a shoe or an apron of Lucy's to one of the dogs and let him follow the scent. But Mr. Littlejohn said this would not do, for the dogs were fierce and used to hunting for prey only. They would tear the little girl in pieces if they were to find her. And Mrs. Keyes would not consent to have the dogs set on the track. Another proposed to hunt with torches. With this plan all fell in, and the party, now swelled to 10 or 15, were divided into squads and sent to hunt, each in a different direction. All night they kept up the search. They called aloud for Lucy again and again, and in all directions. They scoured the woods for miles around. They hunted on the shore of the lake for the tracks of little feet. Behind rocks and trees, under logs and clumps of bushes, they peered, but no trace was to be seen. Nothing but darkness and gloomy night. Now and then the hoot of an owl would be mistaken for a child's cry, and hope would momentarily rise in the breast of a hunter, only to fall as the sound became more distinct. And thus the night dragged on. When morning came, the various squads of hunters came back to the houses, all with the same story of failure. They were weary with wakefulness and the heavy tramp. After a hasty meal, they carefully searched the ground within 2 or 3 miles of the house. The whole day was spent in this, and at nightfall the party came back to the desolate house without hope. The mother, almost frantic, called for Lucy, and nothing but the echoes gave answer. One by one the neighbors went to their own homes and cares. The conviction forced itself upon the minds of all that Lucy had been captured by the Indians. Mr. Keyes and his boys hunted in the woods for days afterwards, till the only hope that Lucy was alive lay in her being captured. Otherwise she must have died from exposure or starvation. Sorrow and desolation now surrounded the cabin of Mr. Keyes. The sanded floor remained unswept. The trellis was broken by the wind. The vines hung straggling. The smooth, spacious front of the door was cluttered. The mewing cat gave voice to the general gloom. Mrs. Keyes could not forget her grief. All day she worked listlessly, and as the shadows from the mountain crept towards the cottage, she would stand in the doorway and call, "Lucy, Lucy." For years the echoes daily sent back that sunset cry. A few months after the loss of little Lucy, a hunter returned from the region of Lake George. On hearing this story, he reported that a white child had been seen in that neighborhood with a tribe of Indians, and the rumor reached the ears of Mr. Keyes. The autumn leaves had put on their dying robes of yellow and crimson and gold, when, leaving the rest of his harvest to be gathered by his sons, he went to Lake George. After great risks and many a hairbreadth escape, he found a captive maiden, but she was many years older than Lucy, and she knew only the life of the Indians. He reached his home late in the winter. In the spring a friendly Indian reported that a white girl was held captive by a tribe on the St. Lawrence, and again Mr. Keyes started in pursuit. 6 months or more he spent in the search, but when he found the tribe and their captive, it was a black-eyed little girl that he saw, but Lucy's eyes were blue, and he traveled home. With each new rumor of a captive child among the Indian tribes in Maine or Connecticut, in New York or Canada, Mr. Keyes would start again on one of those sad pilgrimages. And he always came back disappointed and alone. Mr. Littlejohn had now left his farm, and it was occupied by strangers. Meantime the boys had grown to be men. They no longer had any sympathy with the fruitless search. They made homes for themselves in the now farther remote frontier, and the girls had grown to womanhood and married. Old and poor and alone, for his wife had died and long ago ceased her plaintive evening call for her long-lost little Lucy, Mr. Keyes petitioned the Great and General Court for the grant of a tract of public land which lay near his home. In this petition, now to be found in the archives of the state, he sets forth that he is poor in consequence of the prolonged search for his daughter, and too feeble to maintain himself. End of Lucy Keyes, A Story of Mount Wachusett, by A.P. Marble. Read by Bologna Times.
The Meaning and Method of Spiritual Life by Annie Besant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In considering the meaning and the method of the spiritual life, it is well to begin by defining the meaning of the term spiritual, for on that there exists a good deal of uncertainty among religious people. We constantly hear people speaking of spirit and soul as though they were interchangeable terms. Man has a body and a soul, or a body and a spirit, they say, as though the two words spirit and soul had no definite and distinct meaning, and naturally, if the words spirit and soul are not clearly understood, the term spiritual life must necessarily remain confused. But the Theosophist, in dealing with man, divides him in a definite and scientific way, both as regards his consciousness and as regards the vehicles through which that consciousness manifests, and he restricts the use of the word spirit to that divine in man that manifests on the highest planes of the universe, and that is distinguished by its consciousness of unity. Unity is the keynote of spirit, for below the spiritual realm all is division. When we pass from the spiritual into the intellectual, we at once find ourselves in the midst of separation. Dealing with our own intellectual nature, to which the word soul ought to be restricted, we at once notice that it is, as is often said, the very principle of separateness. In the growth of our intellectual nature, we become more and more conscious of the separateness of the I. It is this which is sometimes called the I-ness in man. It is this which gives rise to all our ideas as to separate existence, separate property, separate gains and losses. It is just as much a part of the man as spirit, only a different part, and it is the very antithesis of the spiritual nature. For where the intellect sees I and mine, the spirit sees unity, non-separateness. Where the intellect strives to develop itself and assert itself as separate, the spirit sees itself in all things, and regards all forms as equally its own. It is on the spiritual nature that turn all the great mysteries of the religions of the world, for it is a mystery to the ordinary man, this depth of unity in the very center of his being, which regards all around it as part of itself, and thinks of nothing as separately its own. That which is called in the Christian religion the atonement belongs entirely to the spiritual nature, and can never be intelligible so long as man thinks of himself as a separate intellect, an intelligence apart from others. For the very essence of the atonement lies in the fact that the spiritual nature, being everywhere one, can pour itself out into one form or another. It is because this fact of the spiritual nature has not been understood, and only the separation of the intellect has been seen, that men, in dealing with that great spiritual doctrine, changed it into a legal substitution of one individual for other individuals. Instead of recognizing that the atonement is wrought by the all-pervading spirit, which by identity of nature can pour itself into any form it will. Hence we are to think of the spirit as that part of man's nature in which the sense of unity resides, the part in which primarily he is one with God, and secondarily one with all that he lives throughout the universe. A very old Upanishad begins with the statement that all this world is God unveiled, And going on then to speak of the man who knows that vast, pervading, all-embracing unity, it bursts into a cry of exultation. What then becomes of sorrow, what then becomes of delusion, for him who has known the unity? That sense of oneness at the heart of things is the testimony of the spiritual consciousness, and only as that is realized is it possible that the spiritual life shall manifest. The technical names by which we, as Theosophists, mark out the spirit, matter not at all. They are drawn from the Sanskrit, which for millennia has been in the habit of having definite names for every stage of human and other consciousness. But this one mark of unity is the one on which we may rest as the sign of the spiritual nature. And so again it is written in an old English book that the man who sees the one self in everything, and all things in the self, he seeth verily, he seeth, and all else is blindness. The sense of separation, while necessary for evolution, is fundamentally a mistake. The separateness is only like the branch that grows out of a trunk, and the unity of the life of the tree passes into every branch and makes them all a oneness, and it is the consciousness of that oneness which is the consciousness of the spirit. Now in Christendom the sense of oneness has been personified in the Christ. The first stage, where there is still the Christ and the Father, is where the wills are blended. Not my will, but thine be done. The second stage is where the sense of unity is felt. I and my Father are one. In that manifestation of the spiritual life, we have the ideal which underlies the deepest inspiration of the Christian sacred writings. And it is only as the Christ is born in man, to use the Christian symbol, that the truly spiritual life begins. This is very strongly pointed out in some of the epistles. St. Paul, writing to the Christians, and not the profane or heathen, to those who have been baptized, who are recognized members of the Church, in a day when membership was more difficult to gain than it is in later times, says to them, "Ye are not spiritual, ye are carnal." And the reason he gives for regarding them as carnal and not spiritual is, "I hear that there be divisions among you, for where the spiritual life is dominant, harmony, and not division, is to be found." And the second great stage of the spiritual life is also marked out in the Christian Scriptures, as in all the other great world Scriptures, when it is said that, when the end cometh, all that has been garnered up in the Christ, the Son, is garnered up yet further into the Father, and God shall be all in all. Even that partial separation of Son and Father vanishes, and the unity is supreme. So whether we read the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, or the Christian New Testament, we find ourselves in exactly the same atmosphere as regards the meaning, the nature of the spiritual life. It is that which knows the oneness, that in which unity is complete. Now this is possible for men, despite all the separation of the intellect and of the various bodies which bar us out the one from the other, because in the heart of our nature we are divine. That is the great reality on which all the beauty and power of human life depend. And it is no small thing whether, in the ordinary thought of a people, they rest upon the idea that they are divine, or have been deluded into the idea that they are by nature sinful, miserable, and degraded. Nothing is so fatal to progress, nothing so discouraging to the growth of the inner nature, as the continual repetition of that which is not true, that man fundamentally and essentially is wicked, instead of being divine. It is a poison at the very heart of his life. It stamps him with a brand which is hard indeed for him to throw off. And if we want to win even the lowest and most degraded to a sense of inner dignity, which will enable them to climb out of the mud in which they are plunged, up to the dignity of a divine human nature, we must never hesitate to preach to them their essential divinity, and that in the heart of them they are righteous and not foul. For it is just in proportion as we do that there will be within them the faint stirrings of the Spirit, so overlaid that they are not conscious of it in their ordinary life. And there is only one duty of the preacher of religion more vital than another. It is that all who hear him shall feel within themselves the stirring of the divine. Looking thus at every man as divine at heart, we begin to ask, if that be the meaning of spirit and spiritual life, what is the method for its unfolding? The first step is that which has just been mentioned, to get people to believe in it, to throw aside all that has been said about the heart of man being so desperately wicked, to throw aside all that has been said about original sin. There is no original sin save ignorance, into which we are all born, and we have slowly to grow out of it by experience, which gives us wisdom. That is the starting point, as the conscious sense of unity is the crown. And the method of the spiritual life is that which enables the life to show forth in reality as it ever is in essence. The inner divinity of man, that is the inspiring thought which we want to spread throughout all the churches of the West, which too long have been clouded by a doctrine exactly the reverse. When man once believes himself divine, he will seek to justify his inner nature. Now the method of the spiritual life in the fullest sense cannot, I frankly admit, be applied to the least developed among us. For them the very first lesson is that ancient lesson, cease to do evil. In one of my favorite Upanishads, when it speaks of the steps whereby a man may search after and find the self, the God within him, the first step, it is said, is to cease to do evil. That is the first step towards the spiritual life, the foundation which a man must lay. The second step is active, to do the right. These are too commonplace, which we hear on every side, but they are no less true because commonplace, and they are necessary everywhere, and must be repeated until the evil is forsaken and the good embraced. Without the accomplishment of these, the spiritual life cannot begin. And then, as to the later steps, it is written that no man who is slothful, no man who is unintelligent, no man who is lacking in devotion, can find the self. And again it is said that the self is not found by knowledge nor by devotion, but by knowledge wedded to devotion. These are the two wings that lift the man up into the spiritual world. To fill up these broad guidelines which are set to guide us to the narrow ancient path, we must find a mass of details in the various scriptures of the world. But what is specifically needed just now is the way in which people living in the world, bound by domestic ties and ties of occupation of every sort, how these people may have a method by which the spiritual life may be gained, by which progress in real spirituality may be secured. It is true that in all the different religions of the world there has been a certain inclination to draw a line of division between the life of the world and the life of the spirit. That line of division, which is real, is, however, very often misunderstood and misrepresented, and is thought to consist in circumstance, whereas it consists in attitude, a profound difference, and one of the most vital import to us, owing to the mistake that it is a difference of circumstances which makes the life of the world and the life of the spirit. Men and women in all ages have left the world in order to find the divine. They have gone out into desert and jungle and cave, into mountain and solitary plain, imagining that by giving up what they call the world, the life of the spirit might be secured. And yet if God be all-pervading and everywhere, he must be in the market-place as much as in the desert, in the house of commerce as much as in the jungle, in the court of law as much as in the solitary mountain, in the haunts of men as well as in the lonely places. And although it be true that the weaker souls can more easily sense the all-pervading life where the jangle of humanity is not around them, that is a sign of weakness and not a sign of spirituality. It is not the strong, the heroic, the warrior, who asks for solitude in his seeking for the spiritual life. Yet in the many lives that men lead in their slow climbing to perfection, the life of the solitary has its place, and often a man or woman for a life will go inside into some lonely place and dwell there solitary. But that is never the last and crowning life. It is never the life in which the Christ walks the earth. Such a life is sometimes led for preparation, for the breaking off of ties which the man is not strong enough otherwise to break. He runs away because he cannot battle, he evades because he cannot face. And in the days of the weakness of the man, of his childhood, that is often a wise policy, and for any one over whom temptations have still strong power, it is very good advice to avoid them. But the true hero of the spiritual life avoids no place and shuns no person. He is not afraid of polluting his garments, for he has woven them of stuff that cannot be soiled. In the earlier days, sometimes flight is wise, but it should be recognized as what it is, weakness and not strength. And those who live the solitary life are men who will return again to lead the life of the world, and having learned detachment in the solitary places, will keep that power of detachment when they return to the ordinary life of men. Liberation, the freeing of the spirit, that conscious life of union with God, which is the mark of the man become divine, that last conquest is won in the world. It is not won in the jungle and the desert. In this world the spiritual life is gradually to be won, and by means of this world the lessons of the spirit are to be learned, but on one condition. This condition embraces two stages. First, the man does all that he ought to be done because it is duty. He recognizes, as the spiritual life is dawning in him, that all his actions are to be performed, not because he wants them to bring him some particular result, but because it is his duty to perform them. Easily said, but how hard to accomplish. The man need change nothing in his life to become a spiritual man, but he must change his attitude to life. He must cease to ask anything from it. He must give to it everything he does, because it is his duty. Now that conception of life is the first great step towards the recognition of the unity. If there be but one great life, if each of us is only an expression of that life, then all our action is simply the working out of that life within us, and the results of that working are reaped by the common life and not by the separated self. That is what is meant by the ancient phrase, "Give up working for fruit." The fruit is the ordinary result of action. This advice is only for those who will lead the spiritual life, for it is not well for people to give up working for the fruit of action until the more potent motive has arisen within them, that spurs them into activity without the prize coming to the personal self. Activity we must have at all hazards. It is the way of evolution. Without activity the man does not evolve. Without effort and struggle he floats in one of the backwaters of life and makes no progress along the river. Activity is the law of progress. As a man exercises himself, new life flows into him, and for that reason it is written that every slothful man may never find the self. The slothful, the inactive man, has not even begun to turn his face to the spiritual life. The motive for every action for the ordinary man is quite properly the enjoyment of the fruit. This is God's way of leading the world along the path of evolution. He puts prizes before men. They strive after the prizes, and as they strive they develop their powers, and when they seize the prize, it crumbles to pieces in their hands. Always. If we look at human life, we see how continually this is repeated. A man desires money, he gains it, millions are his, and in the midst of his millions a deadly discontent invades him, and a weariness of the wealth that he is not able to use. A man strives for fame and wins it, and then calls it, a voice going by, to be lost on an endless sea. He strives for power, and when he has striven for it all his life and holds it, power palls upon him, and the wearied statesman throws down office, weary and disappointed. The same sequence is ever repeated. These are the toys, by holding out, which the Father of all induces his children to exert themselves, and he himself hides within the toy in order to win them, for there is no beauty and no attraction anywhere save the life of God. But when the toy is grasped, and the life leaves it, and it crumbles to pieces in the hand, and the man is disappointed, for the value lay in the struggle, and not in the possession, in the putting forth of powers to obtain, and not in the idleness that waits on victory. And so man evolves, and until these delights have lost their power to attract, it is well that they shall continue to nerve men to effort and struggle. But when the spirit begins to stir, and to seek its own manifestation, then the prizes lose their attractive power, and the man sees duty as motive instead of fruit, and then he works for duty's sake, as part of the one great life, and he works with all the energy of the man who works for fruit, perhaps even more. The man who can work unwearyingly at some great scheme for human good, and then, after years of labor, see the whole of it crumbling to pieces before him, and remain content, that man has gone far along the road of the spiritual life. Does it seem impossible? No, not when we understand the life, and have felt the unity, for in that consciousness no effort for human good is wasted, no work for human good fails of its perfect end. The form matters nothing. A form in which the work is embodied may crumble, but the life remains. And in order to make it very clear that such a motive may animate men even outside the spiritual life, we may consider how sometimes, in some great campaign of battle, it is realized that success and failure are words that change their meaning, when a vast host struggles for a single end. Sometimes a small band of soldiers will be sent to achieve a hopeless and important task. Sometimes to a commanding officer may come an order which he knows it impossible to obey. Carry such and such a place, perhaps a hillside, bristling with cannon, and he knows that before he gain the top of that hill his regiment will be decimated, and if he presses on, annihilated. Does it make any difference to the loyal soldier who trusts his general and leads his men? No. The man does not hesitate when the impossible task is put before him. He regards it only as proof of the confidence of his commander, that he knows him strong enough to fight and inevitably fail. And after the last man dies, and only the corpses remain, have they failed? It looks so, to those who have only seen that little part of the struggle, but while they held the attention of the enemy, other movements had been made unnoticed, which rendered victory secure, and when a grateful nation raises the monument of thanks to those who have conquered, the names of those who have failed in order to make the victory of their comrades possible will hold a place of honor in the roll of glory and of the nation's gratitude. And so with the spiritual man. He knows the plan cannot fail. He knows that the combat must in the end be crowned with victory, and what matters it to him, who has known the oneness, that his little part is stamped by the world as failure, when it has made possible the victory of the great plan for human redemption, which is the real end for which he worked. He was not working to make success here, to found some great institution there. He was working for the redemption of humanity, and his part of the work may have its form shattered, it matters not. The life advances and succeeds. That is what is meant by working for duty. It makes all life comparatively easy. It makes it calm, strong, impartial, and undaunted, for the man does not try to cling to anything he does. When he has done it, he has no more concern with it. Let it go for success or failure as the world counts them, for he knows the life within is ever going onwards to its goal. and it is the secret peace in work, because those who work for success are always troubled, always anxious, always counting their forces, reckoning their chances and possibilities. But the man who cares nothing for success, but only for duty, he works with the strength of divinity, and his aim is always sure. That is the first great step, and in order to be able to take it, there is one secret that we must remember. We must do everything as though the great power were doing it through us. That is the secret of what is called inaction in the midst of action. If a man of the world would become truly spiritual, that is the thought that he must put behind all his work. The counsel, the judge, the solicitor. What must be the motive in each man's heart, if in these ordinary affairs of life he would learn the secret of the Spirit? He must regard himself simply as an incarnation of divine justice. What a man says, in the midst of law as we know it? Yes, even there, imperfect as it is, full of wrongs as it may be, it is the justice of God, striving to make itself supreme on earth, and the man who would be a spiritual man in the profession of the law must think of himself as an incarnation of the divine justice, and always have at the heart of his thought, I am the divine hand of justice in the world, and as that I follow law. And so in all else. Take commerce. Commerce is one of the ways by which the world lives, a part of the divine activity. The man in commerce must think of himself as part of that circulating stream of life, by which nations are drawn together. He is the divine merchant in the world, and in him divine activity must find hands and feet. And all who take part in the ruling and guidance of the nations, they are also representatives of the divine lawgiver, and only do their work aright as they realize that they incarnate his life in that aspect towards his world. I know how strange this sounds, when we think of the strife of parties, and of the pettiness of politicians, but the degradation of man does not touch the reality of the divine presence, and in every ruler, or fragment of a ruler, the divine lawgiver is seeking to incarnate himself, in order that the nation may have a national life, noble, happy, and pure. And if only a few men in every walk of life strove thus to lead a spiritual life, if casting aside all fruits of individual action, they thought of themselves as only incarnations of the many aspects of the divine activity in the world, how then would the life of the world be made beautiful and sublime? And so in the life of the home, the head of the household, the husband, incarnates God in his relation of supporter and helper of the life of his universe. So much of this has been seen in older days that the Logos of the universe, God manifest, is said in one old Hindu book to be the great householder, and so should every husband think of himself as incarnating the divine householder, whose wife and children exist not for his comfort or delight, but in order that he may show out the divine as perfect man, husband and father. And so also the wife and mother should think of herself as the incarnation of the other side of nature, the side of matter, the nourisher, and show out the ceaseless providing of nature for all of her children's needs. As the great father and mother of all protect and nourish their world, so are the parents to the children in the home where the spiritual life is beginning to grow. Thus might all life be made fair, and every man and woman who begins to show the spiritual life becomes a benediction in the home and in the world. The second great step that many men take, when duty is done for duty's sake, is that which adds joy to duty, the fulfillment of the law of sacrifice, the noblest, highest view of life, which sees one's self not as the divine life merely in activity in the world, but as the divine life that sacrifices itself that all may live. For it is written that the dawn of the universe is an act of sacrifice, and the support of the universe is the continual sacrifice of the all-pervading spirit that animates the whole. And when that mighty sacrifice is realized as the life of the universe, what joy more full and passionate than to throw oneself into the sacrifice and have a share in it, however small, to be part of the sacrificial life by which the worlds evolve. Well might it be said by those who see life and realize what it means. Where then is sorrow? Where then delusion, when once the oneness has been seen? That is the secret of the joy of the spiritual man. Losing everything outside, he wins everything within. I have often said, and it remains true ever, that while the life of the form consists in taking, the life of the spirit consists in giving, and it is that which made the Christ, as the type of the spiritual giver, declare, "It is more blessed to give than to receive," for truly, those who know the joy of giving have no hankerings after the joy of receiving. They know the upwelling spring of joy unfailing that arises within the heart as the life pours out. For if the divine life could flow into us, and we keep it within ourselves, it would become even as the mountain stream becomes, if it be caught in some place whence it may not issue, and gradually grows stagnant, sluggish, dead. But the life through which the divine life pours unceasing knows no stagnation and no weariness, and the more it outpours, the more it receives. Let us not then be afraid to give. The more we give, the fuller shall be our life. Let us not be deluded by the world of separateness, where everything grows less as we give it. If I had gold, my store would be lessened with every coin that I give away. But that is not so with things of the spirit. The more we give, the more we have. Each act of gift makes us a larger reservoir. Thus we need have no fear of becoming empty, dry, exhausted, for all life is behind us, and its springs are one with us. Once we know the life is not ours, once we realize that we are part of a mighty unity, then comes the real joy of living, then the true blessedness of the life that knows its own eternity. All the small pleasures of the world, which once were so attractive, fade away in the glory of the true living, and we know that those great words are true. He who loseth his life shall find it unto life eternal. End of The Meaning and Method of Spiritual Life by Annie Besant. Recording by Andrea Fiore.
Romance and Eyeglasses, from The Champagne Standard, by Mrs. John Lane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romance and Eyeglasses. It is curious to observe that even the greatest realists do not venture to bestow eyeglasses on their heroines. It is rather odd, too, seeing how many charming women do in real life wear them, nor are they debarred by them from the most dramatic careers and the most poignant emotions. But while the modern novelist has bestowed eyeglasses on everybody else, he has not yet had the hardihood to put them on the nose of his heroine. Why? It is a problem which again shows the unquestionably undeserved and superior position of man. For a novelist does not hesitate to put him behind any kind of glasses, and leave him just as fascinating and dangerous as he was before. Eyeglasses are so much the common lot of humanity these degenerate days that babies are nearly born with them, to judge at least from the tender age of the bespectacled infants one sees trundled past in their perambulators. And there is no doubt that the time will come, if the strain on the hearing increases from the diabolic noises in the streets, that the next generation's hearing will be as much affected as our eyes are now. The result will be that all the world will be using ear trumpets, and the novelist of the future, the accredited historian of manners, will be obliged, if he is at all accurate, to have his love-sick hero whisper his passion to the heroine through an ear trumpet. However, it is a comfort not to be obliged to solve the riddles of the future. Still, If it is inevitable that the future deaf hero will have to fall in love with a deaf heroine, why should not the present astigmatic hero in novels be permitted to fall in love with a beautiful creature in glasses? He certainly does it often enough in real life. Of course it would not do for a heroine to have a wooden leg, I grant, and yet I have met a hero with a wooden leg, and I am quite sure I know several who have lost an arm. Why then should it be required of us poor women to be so perfect? If a man can wear spectacles without forfeiting his position as a hero of romance, I demand the same right for a woman. Why, a man can even be bald, and she will love him all the same. Now I ask, would the hero love her under the same circumstances? There is no use arguing, for that very fact proves that there are laws for men and laws for women. The truth is she will love him under every objectionable kind of circumstance, both in real life and in novels. Has not a thrilling romance of recent years produced a hero without legs, and made him all the more hideously captivating to the patron of the circulating library? Now what novel reader would, even under the auspices of so gifted a novelist, take any stock in a heroine similarly afflicted? Yes, I fear, though it is neither here nor there, that men also have it their own way in literature. To be sure, there are instances of blind heroines inspiring a passion, and also, I believe, of lame heroines limping poetically through the pages of a novel, as well as burdened with other disabilities which apparently never take away from their charms. But I know of no heroine whom the novelist has endowed with a pince nez. Now why are glasses in literature so incompatible with romance in a woman, while they never damage a man? Why can a man look at the object of his passionate adoration through all the known varieties of glasses, and yet not lose for an instant the breathless interest of the most gushing of novel readers? His eyeglasses may even grow dim with manly tears, and the lady reader's own eyes will be blurred with sympathetic moisture. But let the heroine weep behind her glasses, and the most inveterate devourer of novels will close the book in revolt. It is no use to describe how the heroine's great brown eyes looked yearningly at the hero behind her glasses, nor how they swam in tears behind those same useful articles. The reader refuses to read, and even if the heroine is only 19 and bewitchingly beautiful, she is at once divested of any romance. What a mercy for the novelist in this age of perpetual repetition of twice-told tales, if he might give his heroine a new attribute! One feels sure that if eyeglasses and their variations were permitted, they would produce quite a new kind of heroine, to the immense advantage and relief of literature. Of course the novelist has to keep up with the times. It is as imperative for him as for the fashion books, for it is from him alone that future generations will learn how we lived, dressed, and looked, and what were our favourite sufferings. So the novelist cannot of course ignore what is so common as eyeglasses, and he has in turn bestowed them on all his characters except his heroines. One can understand his hesitation when one tries oneself to put glasses on the noses of one's own literary pets, and then realizes how they war with romance. Put a pair on the nose of the loveliest Rosalind who ever wandered through the enchanted forest of Arden, or let the most pathetic Ophelia look through them at Hamlet with grief-stricken eyes, and I am quite sure that even Shakespeare's poetry would not survive the shock. But if eyeglasses are tabooed by novelists, what shall we say of spectacles? What gallery would accept a Juliet with spectacles? For a woman in literature to wear spectacles is to put her out of the pale of romance at once. Even in real life spectacles are a problem, but to the heroine of a novel they are impossible. No novelist with any regard for his publisher or his sales would venture to give his heroine gold spectacles. The only ones I remember as the property of a heroine of fiction belonged to the heroine when she repented, and they more than anything else proved the sincerity of her remorse, and these were the famous blue spectacles in East Lynne that worked such an amazing transformation upon that erring and repentant lady. Yes, a heroine can be repentant behind spectacles, but I defy her to be alluring. I was struck by their sobering effect on studying the head of the Venus de Medici, decorated with a pair in the window of an inspired optician. They so changed her expression that she might have successfully applied for a position in a board school. It is possibly a digression, but I should like to know why opticians and corset makers look upon the young Augustus and Clytie, who loved Apollo the sun god, as especially created to exhibit their wares? It seems but a pitiful ending to the career of a Roman emperor to show the passing multitude how to wear spectacles, or to prove the superior excellence of a certain kind of green shade for weak eyes. And why should Clytie, with her face shyly downbent, as well it may be obliged to appear in the newest things in stays in Great Portland Street? I wonder. To return to glasses. Perhaps the only thing in glasses on which a rash novelist might venture is a monocle. I have not yet met a feminine monocle in fiction, but we all know its entrancing effect when worn by a man. It gives a man a kind of moral support, and even changes his character. I have seen meek and rather ordinary men stick in a monocle, and it at once gave them that fictitious fascination, that, so to speak, go to the devil impudence, which is so irresistible. It is the aid to sight essentially of the upper classes, or of the best imitation, and as such it naturally inspires the confidence of society. Of course the feminine monocle is not adapted to all costumes, but there is about it a rakishness, a coquetry particularly suited to a riding habit. The suggestion is quite at the service of any harassed novelist. It may be quite as much a help to sight as spectacles, but oh, the difference! A woman buries her youth behind spectacles, but she can coquette to the very end behind a monocle. A charming creature used to pass my window every day on horseback. I had a distant vision of a rounded figure in the perfection of a habit, a silk hat at just the right angle, and a monocle. I wove romances about her. She was Lady Guy Spanker, and all the rest of those mannish and dangerous coquettes of whom I had read. Yesterday we met at a mutual greengrocer's. She was elderly, and she had discarded the monocle for a pair of working eye-glasses with black rims, through which she studied the vegetables with the eye of experience. She also wore a wig, a black wig. I was so aghast that I stared speechlessly at the greengrocer, who patiently offered me cabbages at twopence apiece. "It can't be," I said, still staring. "I beg your pardon, madam," he said, quite offended. "It's the usual price." "It must be the monocle," and I pursued my train of thought aloud. "No," the greengrocer retorted with some impatience, "it's a Savoy." "But it is only the monocle that has that rejuvenating effect. The other day I called on the loveliest woman I know, and who has always seemed to me the picture of exquisite and immortal youth. She looked up from the corner of a couch sumptuous with brilliant cushions. She had been reading, and she laid aside her book and something else. I followed her hand, and felt as guilty as if I had been caught eavesdropping. There lay a pair of gold spectacles, and I saw a red line across the bridge of her lovely nose. Those wicked spectacles! How they took away the bloom of her youth! To me she will never seem young again, only well preserved, alas! How tragic to think that even beauty comes to spectacles at last! Now, how different it is with men! If they do have to wear spectacles they do it boldly, and not on the sly, and yet they always find someone to love them, so the novelists prove, and they ought to know. But a heroine with spectacles, that is a different thing. What novelist has the courage for such an innovation? Even realism, which we know usually stops at nothing, does draw the line there. Now I do ask in all seriousness, are eyeglasses in fiction really so incompatible with romance? End of Romance and Eyeglasses by Mrs. John Lane. Recording by Marion Martin.
Spearing Fish on Indian River by Mrs. C. F. Latham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spearing Fish on Indian River. Last evening my husband said, "It's a good night for a jacklight. Let us go fishing." I donned my fishing suit. We got into the rowboat and went outside of Scott's Park, as that is the best fishing grounds at Oak Lodge. We lit the pitch pine in the fire basket. I paddled the boat slowly while he stood in the bow, spear in hand, watching the bottom. Here the patches of sand showed up clear, and the water was calm. Drifting slowly along, about 50 feet from shore, my husband calls out, "Steady now," which meant to hold the boat still by sticking the oar in the bottom of the river to hold the boat solid while he quickly plunged his spear into a big red bass. He held it down till he thought it was drowned, then reached over the side of the boat, down the spear until he reached the fish. The next act was to take it with thumb and fingers in the eyes and, lifting with the spear, land the fish in the boat. But alas, it was the old story over again. Man proposes, etc. Just as he hoisted that big fish into the boat, there was a change of base. The fish gave a mighty flop, and I heard my husband say something that did not sound like a Thanksgiving sermon. On we went a little further, when, steady again, and this time a 4-pound sheephead lay in the boat. Drifting slowly along, my husband said, "Great Scott! Look at the sheephead around that old snag. Can't get them all. Here goes for the biggest one." It don't pay to be too greedy even when spearing fish. I think he tried to spear 2 at once, and his spear came up empty. This time it was Thanksgiving and Christmas combined, and he did not call himself a person sound in the upper story. Another snag. Mr. Fish lay motionless. Its death was swift. Weight 4 pounds. He threw the spear at a huge red bass, but that fish had a call to his club. Now the fun commences. Fish all around. We get excited. Flop, flop came the sheephead into the boat. Here comes a school of mullet. We get one of them. A big sea trout broke from the spear, so we did not have to clean that fish. I proposed just one more fish, but my husband said, "I guess we have all we need." He took the oars and pulled for home. We had been gone 1 hour and a half, and had caught 1 mullet, weight 3 pounds, and 6 sheephead, total weight 23 pounds. End of Spearing Fish on Indian River by Mrs. C. F. Latham. Read by Bologna Times.
A Study in Finance by Arthur Train. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True Stories of Crime from the District Attorney's Office by Arthur Train. A Study in Finance. He that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. Proverbs 28, verse 20. The victim of overstrain is the central figure in many novels and countless magazine stories. In most of them he finally repents him fully of his sins past and returns to his former or to some equally desirable position to lead a new and better life. The dangers and temptations of the street are, however, too real and terrible to be studied other than in actuality, and the fall of hundreds of previously honest young men, owing to easily remedied conditions, should teach its lesson not only to their comrades, but to their employers as well. The ball and chain, quite as often as repentance and forgiveness, ends their experience. No young man takes a position in a banking house with the deliberate intention of becoming an embezzler. He knows precisely, as well as does the reader, that if he listens to the whisper of temptation, he is lost, and so does his employer. Yet the employer, who would hold himself remiss if he allowed his little boy to have the run of the jam closet, and then discovered that the latter's lips bore evidence of petty larceny, or would regard himself as almost criminally negligent if he placed a priceless pearl necklace where an innocent chimney sweep might fall under the hypnotism of its shimmer, will calmly allow a condition of things in his own brokerage or banking office where a $15 a week clerk may have free access to $1 million worth of negotiable securities, and even encourage the latter by occasional sure tips to take a flyer in the market. It is a deplorable fact that the officers of certain companies occasionally unload undesirable securities upon their employees, and in order to boom or create a movement in a certain stock, will induce the persons under their control to purchase it. It would be a rare case in which a clerk who valued his situation would refuse to take a few shares in an enterprise which the head of the firm was fathering. Of course, such occurrences are the exceptions, but there are plenty of houses not far from Wall Street where the partners know that their clerks and messengers are playing the market, and exert not the slightest influence to stop them. When these men find that they and their customers, and not the clerks and messengers, are paying the loss accounts of the latter, they are very much distressed, and tell the district attorney, with regret, that only by sending such wicked and treacherous persons to state's prison can similar dishonesty be prevented. Not long ago the writer became acquainted with a young man who, as loan clerk in a trust company, had misappropriated a large amount of securities and had pleaded guilty to the crime of grand larceny in the first degree. He was awaiting sentence, and in connection therewith it became necessary to examine into the conditions prevailing generally in the financial district. His story is already public property, for the case attracted wide attention in the daily press. But inasmuch as the writer's object is to point a moral rather than adorn a tale, the culprit's name and the name of the company with which he was connected need not be given. He is now serving a term in state's prison and is, the writer believes, sincerely repentant and determined to make a man of himself upon his release. For present purposes let him be called John Smith. He was born in New York City, in surroundings rather better than the average. His family were persons of good education, and his home was a comfortable and happy one. From childhood he received thorough religious instruction and was always a straightforward, honest, and obedient boy. His father, having concluded from observation that the shortest route to success lay in financial enterprise, secured a place in a broker's office for his son after the latter's graduation from the high school. John began at the bottom and gradually worked up to the position of assistant loan clerk in a big trust company. This took 15 years of hard work. From the day that he started in filling inkwells and cleaning out ticker baskets, he saw fortunes made and lost in a twinkling. He learned that the chief business of a broker is acting as go-between for persons who are trying to sell what they do not own to others who have not the money to pay for what they buy. And he saw hundreds of such persons grow rich on these fictitious transactions. He also saw others wiped out, but they cheerfully went through bankruptcy and began again, many of them achieving wealth on their second or third attempt. He was earning $5 a week and getting his lunch at a vegetarian health restaurant for 15 cents. The broker for whom he ran errands gave away 35-cent cigars to his customers and had an elaborate luncheon served in the office daily to a dozen or more of the elect. John knew one boy of about his own age who, having made a successful turn, began as a trader and cleaned up $100,000 in a rising market the first year. That was better than the cleaning up John was used to, but he was a sensible boy and he made up his mind to succeed in a legitimate fashion. Gradually he saved a few $100s, and, acting on the knowledge he had gained in his business, bought 2 or 3 shares in a security which quickly advanced in value and almost doubled his money. The next time as well fortune favored him, and he soon had a comfortable nest egg, enough to warrant his feeling reasonably secure in the event of accident or sickness. He had worked faithfully, had given great satisfaction to his employers, and presently had a clerical position in a prominent trust company offered to him. It seemed an advance. The salary was larger, even if absurdly small, and he gladly accepted the place. Shortly after this he had his first experience in real finance. The president of the company sent for him. The reader will remember that this is a true story, and the boy entered his private office and came into the august presence of the magnate. This man is today what is commonly known as a power in Wall Street. "My boy," said the president, "you have been doing very well. I have noticed the excellence of your work. I want to commend you." "Thank you, sir," said John modestly, expecting to hear that his salary was to be raised. "Yes," continued the great man, "and I want you to have an interest in the business." The blood rushed to John's head and face. "Thank you very much," he gasped. "I have allotted you 5 shares in the trust company," said the president. "If you take them up and carry them, you will feel that you have a real connection with the house, and it will net you a handsome return. Have you any money?" It so happened that at this time John's savings were invested in a few bonds of an old and conservatively managed railroad. His heart fell. He didn't want to buy any bank stock. "No," he answered, "my salary is small enough, and I need it all. I don't save any money." "Oh, well," said the magnate, "I will try and fix it up for you. I will arrange for a loan with the Bank on the stock. Remember, I'm doing this to help you. That is all. You may go back to your books." Next day, John was informed that he had bought 5 shares of Trust Company stock in the neighborhood of 300, and he signed a note for $1,425 and endorsed the stock over to the bank from which the money had been borrowed for him. The stock almost immediately dropped over 50 points. John paid the interest on the note out of his salary, and the dividends, as fast as they were declared, went to extinguish the body of the loan. Some time afterward he learned that he had bought the stock from the magnate himself. He never received any benefit from it, for the stock was sold to cover the note, and John was obliged to make up the difference. He also discovered that 10 or 15 other employees had been given a similar opportunity by their generous employer at about the same time. John, in prison, says it was a scheme to keep 50 or 100 shares where it could easily be controlled by the president, without risk to himself in case of need. Of course, he may be wrong. At any rate, he feels bitterly now toward the big men who are at large while he is in jail. John continued to keep up with the acquaintances formed during his years in the broker's office, many of whom had started little businesses of their own and had done well. Part of their stock in trade was to appear prosperous, and they took John out to lunch and told him what a fine fellow he was, and gave him sure tips. But John had grown wise. He had all the chances of that sort he wanted, and from a bigger man than any of them. He ate their lunches and invited them in return. Then he economized for a day or two to even up. He was not prosperous himself, but he did not accept favors without repaying them. One thing he observed and noted carefully. Every man he knew who had begun a brokerage business and kept sober, who attended to business and did not speculate, made money and plenty of it. He knew one young firm which cleared up $15,000 in commissions at the end of the 2nd year. That looked good to him, and he knew, besides, that he was sober and attended to business. He made inquiries and learned that one could start in, if one were modest in one's pretensions, for $2,500. That would pay office rent and keep things going until the commissions began to come in. He started to look around for some other young man who could put up the money in consideration of John's contributing the experience. But all the men he knew had experience without money. Then by chance he met a young fellow of bright and agreeable personality whom we shall call Prescott. The latter was 5 or 6 years older than John, had had a large experience in brokerage houses in another city, and had come to New York to promote the interests of a certain copper company. John had progressed and was now assistant loan clerk of one of the biggest trust companies in the city, which also happened to be transfer agent for the copper company. Thus John had constantly to handle its certificates. Prescott said it was a wonderful thing that some of the keenest men in the street were in it, and although it was a curb stock, strongly advised his new friend to buy all he could of it. He assured John that, although he was admittedly interested in booming the stock, he was confident that before long it would sell at 4 times its present quotation. Meantime the stock, which had been listed at 2 1/4, began to go rapidly up. Word went around the trust company that it was a great purchase anywhere below 10, and John, as well as the other boys employed in the company, got together what money he could and began to buy it. It continued to go up. They had unconsciously assisted it in its ascent, and they bought more. John purchased 75 shares, all the way up to 8 and 9. One of his friends took 800. Then it dropped out of sight. They hadn't time to get out, and John, in prison, has his yet. But he still had faith in Prescott, for he liked him and believed in his business capacity. The stock operation over, Prescott began to prospect for something new, and suggested to John that they form a brokerage house under the latter's name. John was to be president at a fixed salary. Sounded very grand. His duties at the trust company began to seem picayune. Moreover, his loss in copper had depressed him, and he wanted to recoup, if he could. But how to get the $2,500 necessary to start in business? Prescott pleaded poverty, yet talked constantly of the ease with which a fortune might be made if they could only once get in right. It was a period of increased dividends, of stock jobbing operations of enormous magnitude, of 50-point movements, when the lucky purchaser of only 100 shares of some inconspicuous railroad sometimes found that he could sell out next week with $5,000 profit. The air seemed full of money. It appeared to rain banknotes and stock certificates. In the loan cage at the trust company, John handled daily millions in securities, a great part of which were negotiable. When almost everybody was so rich, he wondered why anyone remained poor. 2 or 3 men of his own age gave up their jobs in other concerns and became traders, while another opened an office of his own. John was told that they had acted on good information, had bought a few hundred shares of Union Pacific, and were now comfortably fixed. He would have been glad to buy, but copper had left him without anything to buy with. One day Prescott took him out to lunch and confided to him that one of the big speculators had tipped him off to buy cotton, since there was going to be a failure in the crop. It was practically a sure thing. $2,000 margin would buy enough cotton to start them in business, even if the rise was only a very small one. "Why don't you borrow a couple of bonds?" asked Prescott. "Borrow from whom?" inquired John. "Why, from some customer of the trust company." "No one would lend them to me," answered John. "Well, borrow them anyhow. They would never know about it, and you could put them back as soon as we closed the account," suggested Prescott. John was shocked, and said so. "You are easy," said his comrade. "Don't you know that the trust companies do it themselves all the time? The presidents of the railroads use the holdings of their companies as collateral. Even the banks use their deposits for trading. Didn't old Blink dump a lot of rotten stuff on you? Why don't you get even? Let me tell you something. Fully 1/2 of the men who are now successful financiers got their start by putting up as margin securities deposited with them. No one ever knew the difference, and now they are on their feet. If you took 2 bonds overnight, you might put them back in the morning. Everyone does it. It's part of the game." "But suppose we lost?" asked John. "You can't," said Prescott. "Cotton is sure to go up. It's throwing away the chance of your life." John said he couldn't do such a thing, but when he returned to the office the cashier told him that a merger had been planned between their company and another, a larger one. John knew what that meant well enough. Half the clerks would lose their positions. He was getting $35 a week, had married a young wife, and, as he had told the magnate, he needed it all. That night, as he put the securities from the loan cage back in the vault, the bonds burned his fingers. They were lying around loose. No good to anybody, and only 2 of them, overnight maybe, would make him independent of salaries and mergers, a free man and his own master. The vault was in the basement just below the loan cage. It was some 20 feet long and 10 wide. There were 3 tiers of boxes with double combination doors. In the extreme left-hand corner was the loan box. Near it were 2 other boxes in which the securities of certain customers on deposit were kept. John had individual access to the loan box and the 2 others, one of which contained the collateral which secured loans that were practically permanent. He thus had within his control negotiable bonds of over $1 million in value. The securities were in piles, strapped with rubber bands, and bore slips on which were written the names of the owners. Every morning John carried up all these piles to the loan cage, except the securities on deposit. At the end of the day he carried all back himself and tossed them into the boxes. When the interest coupons on the deposited bonds had to be cut, he carried these also upstairs. At night the vault was secured by 2 doors, one with a combination lock and the other with a time lock. It was as safe as human ingenuity could make it. By day it had only a steel wire gate which could be opened with a key. No attendant was stationed at the door. If John wanted to get in, all he had to do was to ask the person who had the key to open it. The reason John had the combination of these different boxes was in order to save the loan clerk the trouble of going downstairs to get the collateral himself. Next day, when John went out to lunch, he put 2 bonds belonging to a customer in his pocket. He did not intend to steal them or even to borrow them. It was done almost automatically. His will seemed subjugated to the idea that they were, to all intents and purposes, his bonds to do as he liked with. He wanted the feeling of bonds in his pocket. As he walked along the street to the restaurant, it seemed quite natural that they should be there. They were nearly as safe with him as lying around loose in the cage or chucked into a box in the vault. Prescott joined him, full of his new idea that cotton was going to jump overnight. "If you only had a couple of bonds," he sighed. Then somehow John's legs and arms grew weak. He seemed to disintegrate internally. He tried to pull himself together, but he had lost control of his muscles. He became a dual personality. His own John heard Prescott's John say quite naturally, "I can let you have 2 bonds, but mind we get them back tomorrow, or anyhow the day after." John's John felt the other John slip the 2 American Navigation 4s under the table and Prescott's fingers close upon them. Then came a period of hypnotic paralysis. The flywheel of his willpower hung on a dead center. Almost instantly he became himself again. "Give 'em back," he whispered hoarsely. "I didn't mean you should keep them," and he reached anxiously across the table. But Prescott was on his feet, halfway toward the door. "Don't be a fool, Smith," he laughed. "What's the matter with you? It's a cinch. Go back and forget it." He shot out of the door and down the street. John followed, dazed and trembling with horror at what he had done. He went back to the cage and remained the rest of the day in terror lest the broker who owned the 2 bonds should pay off his loan. But at the same time he had quickly made up his mind what he should do in that event. There was more than one loan secured by American Navigation 4s. He loosened a couple in one of the other piles. If the first broker came in, he would take 2 bonds from one of these. But the broker did not come in. That night John wandered the streets till nearly daylight. He saw himself arrested, ruined, in prison. Utterly fagged next morning, he called up Prescott on the telephone and begged him to return the bonds. Prescott laughed at his fears and assured him that everything was all right. Cotton was sure to go up. An hour later the broker who owned the bonds came in and took up his loan, and John removed 2 American Navigation 4s from another bundle and handed them to the loan clerk. Of course, the numbers on the bonds were not the same, but few persons would notice a little thing like that, even if they kept a record of it. They had the bonds. That was the main thing. Once more John rushed to the phone, told Prescott what had occurred, and besought him for the bonds. "It's too late now," growled Prescott. "Cotton has gone down. I could only get 1 back at the most. We had better stand pat and get out on the next bulge." John was by this time almost hysterical. The perspiration broke out on his forehead every now and then, and he shuddered as he counted his securities and entered up his figures. If cotton should go down some more, that was the hideous possibility. They would have to put up more margin, and then? Down in the vault where the depositors' bonds were kept were 2 piles of Overland 4s. One contained about 200, the other nearly 600 bonds. The par value of these negotiable securities alone was nearly $800,000. Twice a year John cut the coupons off of them. Each pile was marked with the owner's name. They were never called for, and it appeared that these customers intended to keep them there permanently. John, realizing that the chances of detection were smaller, removed 2 bonds from the pile of 200 overlands, and substituted them with Prescott for the 2 navigation 4S. Then Cotton went down with a slump. Prescott did not wait even to telephone. He came himself to the trust company and told John that they needed 2 more bonds for additional margin to protect their loan. But he said it was merely temporary and that they had better even up by buying some more cotton. John went down into the vault and came back with 4 more Overland 4S bonds under his coat. He was in for it now, and might as well be hung for a sheep as for a lamb. He was beginning to get used to the idea of being a thief. He was, to be sure, wretchedly unhappy, but he was experiencing the excitement of trying to dodge fate until fortune looked his way. Cotton still went down. It never occurred to him that Prescott perhaps had not bought all the cotton. Now that he is in prison, he thinks maybe Prescott didn't. But he kept going down into the vault and bringing up more bonds, and getting reckless, bought more cotton, quantities of it. In a month, 60 bonds were gone from the pile of 200. John, a nervous wreck, almost laughed grimly at the joke of his being short 60 bonds. At home they thought he was getting run down. His wife! He was so kind and thoughtful that she had never been so happy. It made her fearful that he had some fatal disease and knew he was going to die. Up at the bank, John made a separate bundle of 60 bonds out of the pile of 600, so that he could substitute them for those first taken if the owner called for them. It was not likely that both owners would call for their bonds on the same day, so that he was practically safe until one or the other had withdrawn his deposit. About this time the special accountants came around to make their annual investigation. It was apparently done in the regular and usual way. One examiner stood inside the vault and another outside, surrounded by 4 or 5 assistants. They investigated the loans. John brought them out in armfuls, and the accountants checked them off and sent them back. When John brought out the 140 bonds left in the bundle of 200 Overland 4S, he placed on top of them the pile of 60 bonds taken from the other bundle of 600. Then he took them back, shifted over the 60, and brought out the bundle of 600 Overland 4S, made up in part of the same bonds. It was the easiest thing going. The experts simply counted the 60 bonds twice, and John had the 60 bonds, or Prescott had them, down the street. Later, the same firm of experts certified to the presence of $300,000 of missing bonds, counting the same bundle not only twice but 5 and 6 times. You see, Prescott's John had grown wise in his generation. After that he felt reasonably secure. It did seem almost unbelievable that such a situation could exist, but it was nevertheless a fact that it did. He expected momentarily that his theft would be detected, and that he would be thrown into prison, and the fear of the actual arrest, the moment of public ignominy, the shock and agony of his wife and family were what drove him sleepless into the streets, and every evening to the theaters to try to forget what must inevitably come. But the fact that he had gone wrong, that he was a thief, that he had betrayed his trust, had lost its edge. He now thought no more of shoving a package of bonds into his overcoat pocket than he did of taking that garment down from its peg behind the door. He knew from inquiry that men who stole a few $100s and were caught usually got as long a term as those who stole thousands. If he stole 1 bond, he was just as likely to get 10 years in state's prison as if he stole 50. So he stole 50, and when they were wiped out, he stole 50 more. And, well, if the reader is interested, he will learn before the end of the story just what John did steal. Somehow Prescott's speculations never succeeded. Occasionally they would make a good turn and get a few bonds back, but the next week there would be a new fiasco, and John would have to visit the Overland 4S again. That performance of the accountants had given him a huge contempt for bankers and banking. He knew that if he wanted he could grab up $1 million any day and walk off with it. but he didn't want to. All he desired now was to get back to where he was before. All the speculation was in the hands of Prescott, and Prescott never seemed worried in the least. He called on John almost daily for what extra bonds were needed as additional collateral, and John took his word absolutely as to the result of the transactions. He could not do otherwise, for one word from Prescott would have ruined him. Before long the pile of 200 Overland 4s was gone. So was a large quantity of other securities, for John and Prescott had dropped cotton and gone plunging into the stock market. Here, however, they had no better success than before. Of course, a difficulty arose when the interest on the Overland 4s came due. The coupon had to be cut by someone in the bank, and although John usually cut them, he did not always do so. Sometimes the loan clerk himself would take a hand and call for a particular lot of bonds. John, however, was now fertile in devices. The owner of the larger pile of 600 bonds usually wrote to have his coupons cut about the 27th of April. John would make up a collection of 600 bonds of the same sort, carry them up, and cut the coupons in the loan cage. The other man generally sent in a draft for his interest on the 2nd or 3rd of May. But now the bonds were away, scattered all over the street. So John started a new operation to get the bonds back and straighten out the coupon tangle. He substituted with the brokers an equal number of bonds of other companies, the interest of which was not yet due. There was a large block of Electric 5s and Cumberland 4s, which served his purpose admirably, and thus he kept up with the game. When the coupons became due on the latter, he carried back the first. It kept him and Prescott busy most of the time juggling securities. At least John knew he was kept busy, and Prescott claimed to be equally so. There were many loans of brokers and others, all secured by the same sort of collateral. Most of these John appropriated. When it was necessary to check off the loans, John, having retained enough of the same kind of bonds to cover the largest loan, would bring up the same bundle time after time with a different name upon it. If one of the customers wanted to pay off a loan and his bonds were gone, he would be given someone else's collateral. Apparently the only thing that was necessary was to have enough of each kind of security on hand to cover the largest loan on the books at any given time. Once, when the examiners were at work on the vault, John had to make up $100,000 in Overland 4s or 5s from the different small loans in the loan vault, and put them in a package in the deposit vault in order to make it appear that certain depositors' bonds were all there. The most extraordinary performance of all was when, upon one of the annual examinations, John covered the absence of over 50 bonds in the collateral covering a certain loan by merely shoving the balance of the securities into the back of the vault, so that it was not examined at all. He had taken these bonds to substitute for others in different brokers' offices, and it so happened that there were no similar securities in the building. Thus the deficiency could not be covered up even by John's expert sleight of hand. Of course, if there had been other bonds of the same kind in another vault, it would have been a simple matter to substitute them. But there were not. So John pushed the remaining 150 bonds into a dark corner of the vault, and awaited the discovery with throbbing pulses. Yet, strange to relate, these watchdogs of finance did not see the bonds which John had hidden, and did not discover that anything was wrong, since, for purposes of its own, the bank had neglected to make any record of the loan in question. It would really have been safer for John if he had taken the whole pile, but then he did not know that the accountants were going to do their business in any such crazy fashion. The whole thing came to seem a sort of joke to John. He never took any bonds for his own personal use. He gave everything to Prescott, and he rarely, if ever, saw Prescott except to hand him securities. One day Prescott walked right into the bank itself, and John gave him 165 bonds, which he stuffed under his overcoat and carried away. Remember, this is a fact. The thing which began in August 1905 dragged over through the following year and on into 1907. John weathered 2 examinations by the accountants, the last being in October 1906, when they certified that the company was absolutely O.K. and everything intact. On that particular day, John had over $300,000 in Overland 4s and 5s scattered over the street. In the first 6 months they lost $100,000 in cotton. Then they played both sides of the market in stocks, and got badly bitten as bears in the temporary bull market in the autumn of 1906, selling Union Pacific at $165, which afterward went to $190, Northern Pacific at $185, which went to $200, etc., etc. Then they shifted their position, became bulls, and went long of stock just at the beginning of the present slump. They bought Reading at $118, American Smelters at $126, Pennsylvania at $130, Union at $145, and Northern Pacific at $180. At one time John had $550,000 in bonds out of the vaults. The thing might have been going on still had it not been for the fact that the anticipated merger between John's company and another was put through, and a new vault and a new building prepared to receive the securities. Of course, on such an occasion, a complete examination would be made of all the securities, and there would be practically no chance to deceive the accountants. Moreover, a part of the securities had actually been moved when the worst slump came, and they needed more. It was obvious that the jig was up. A few more days and John knew that the gyves would be upon his wrists. Prescott and he took an account of the stock they had lost, and went into committee on ways and means. Neither had any desire to run away. Wall Street was a breath of life to them. Prescott said that the best thing to do was to take enough more to stand off the company. He cited a case in Boston where a clerk who was badly in was advised by his lawyer to take $125,000 more. Then the lawyer dickered with the bank and brought it to terms. The lawyer got $25,000, the bank got the rest, and the thief was let go. Prescott said they ought to get away with enough more to make the bank's loss $1 million. He thought that would make them see what was the wise thing to do. Prescott also said he would try to get a lawyer who could bring some pressure to bear on the officials of the company. It would be a rather unpleasant situation to have brought to the attention of the state superintendent of banking. John agreed to get the additional securities and turn them over to Prescott. Unfortunately, almost everything had by this time been moved into the new vault, and all John could get was a stock certificate for 1,500 railroad shares, standing in his own name, and $75,000 in notes. These he gave to Prescott, thus increasing the amount stolen from the bank without discovery to between $600,000 and $700,000. This was on the day before the actuaries were to make their investigation. Knowing that his arrest was now only a question of time, John, about 11 o'clock on the following morning, left the trust company for the last time. He was in telephonic communications with Prescott, who in turn was in touch with their lawyer. Unfortunately, the president of the company had gone out of town over Sunday, so that again their plans went awry. For nearly 2 years John had not known an hour devoid of haunting fear. From a cheerful and contented youth he had become despondent, taciturn, and nervous. He was the same affectionate husband and attentive son as before, and his general characteristics remained precisely the same. He was scrupulous to a penny in every other department of his life, and undoubtedly would have felt the same pricks of conscience had he been guilty of any other act of dishonesty. The affair at the bank was a thing apart. The embezzler of $600,000 was not John at all, but a separate personality wearing John's clothes and bearing his name. He perceived clearly the enormity of his offense, but because he was the same John in every other respect, he had a feeling that somehow the fact that he had done the thing was purely fortuitous. In other words, that the bonds had to be taken, or going to be taken anyway, and that fate had simply elected him to take them. Surely he had not wanted the bonds, had no intention of stealing $500,000, and, in short, was not the kind of man who would steal $500,000. Each night he tossed, sleepless, till the light stole in through the shutters. At every corner on his way uptown he glanced over his shoulder behind him. The front door bell never rang that his muscles did not become rigid and his heart almost stopped beating. If he went to a theater or upon an excursion, he passed the time wondering if the next day he would still be a free man. In short, he paid in full in physical misery and mental anxiety and wretchedness for the real moral obliquity of his crime. The knowledge of this maddened him for what was coming. Yet he realized that he had stolen $500,000, and that justice demanded that he should be punished for it. After leaving the bank, John called up Prescott and learned that the plan to adjust matters with the president had miscarried by reason of the latter's absence. The two then met in a saloon, and here it was arranged that John would call up the loan clerk and tell him that something would be found to be wrong at the bank, but that nothing had better be said about it until the following Monday morning, when the president would return. The loan clerk, however, refused to talk with him and hung up the receiver. John had nowhere to go, for he dared not return home, and spent the afternoon until 6 o'clock riding in streetcars and sitting in saloons. At that hour he again communicated with Prescott, who said that he had secured rooms for him and his wife at a certain hotel, where they might stay until matters could be fixed up. John arranged to meet his wife at 42nd Street with Prescott and conduct her to the hotel. As fate decreed, the loan clerk came out of the subway at precisely the same time, saw them together, and followed them. Meantime, a hurry call had been sent for the president, who had returned to the city. John, fully aware that the end had come, went to bed at the hotel, and for the first time since the day he had taken the bonds 2 years before, slept soundly. At 3 the next morning there came a knock at the door. His wife awakened him, and John opened it. As he did so, a policeman forced his way in, and the loan clerk, who stood in the corridor just behind him, exclaimed theatrically, "Officer, there is your man!" John is now in prison, serving out the sentence which the court believed it necessary to inflict upon him as a warning to others. Prescott is also serving a term at hard labor, a sentence somewhat longer than John's. The trust company took up their accounts, paid the losses of the luckless pair, and owing to a rise in prices which came too late to benefit the latter, escaped with a comparatively trifling loss of a little over $100,000. At once every banking house and trust company upon the street looked to its system of checks upon the honesty of its employees, and took precautions which should have been taken long before. The story was a 9 days' wonder. Then Union Pacific dropped 20 points more. The tide of finance closed over the heads of John and Prescott, and they were forgotten. Had the company, instead of putting itself at the mercy of a $35 a week clerk, placed double combinations on the loan and deposit vaults, and employed 2 men, one to act as a check upon the other, to handle its securities, or had it merely adopted the even simpler expedient of requiring an officer of the company to be present when any securities were to be removed from the vaults, John would probably not now be in jail. It would seem that it would not be a difficult or complicated matter to employ a doorkeeper who did not have access himself to stand at the door of the vault and check off all securities removed therefrom or returned thereto. An officer of the bank should personally see that the loans earned up to the cage in the morning were properly returned to the vaults at night and secured with a time lock. Such a precaution would not cost the stockholders 1/10 of 1% in dividends. It is a trite saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. But this is as true, in the case of financial institutions at least, from the point of view of the employee as of the company. It is an ingenious expedient to insure oneself with a Fidelity Corporation against the possible defalcations of one's servants, and doubtless certain risks can only be covered in some such fashion. These methods are eminently proper so far as they go, but they, unfortunately, do not serve the public purpose of protecting the weak from undue and unnecessary temptation. Banks and trust companies are prone to rely on the fact that most peculations are easily detected and severely punished, but the public interest demands that all business, state, municipal, and private, should be so conducted that dishonesty may not only be punished, but prevented. A builder who took a chance on the strength of a girder would have small credit in his profession. A good bridge is one which will bear the strain, not only of the pedestrian, but of the elephant. A deluge or an earthquake may occur and the bridge may tumble, but next time it is built stronger and better. Thus science progresses, and the public interest is subserved. A driver who overloads his beast is regarded as a fool or a brute. Perhaps such names are too harsh for those who overload the moral backbone of an inexperienced subordinate. Surely the fault is not all on one side. While there are no formulas to calculate the resiliency of human character, we may demand the same prudence on the part of the officers of financial institutions as we do from nursemaids, lumbermen, and manufacturers of explosives. Though we may have confidence in the rectitude of our fellows, we have no right to ignore the limitations and weaknesses of mankind. It would not outrage the principles of justice if one who placed needless and disproportionate strain upon the morals of another were himself regarded as an accessory to the crime. End of A Study in Finance by Arthur Train. Read by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
Ten Great Late 40s Films by the Library of Congress Copyright Office. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. 10 Great Films from the late 1940s. Adam's Rib, Lowe's, Incorporated. Copyright 1949. 101 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter, and MGM picture. Summary: a marital comedy. On opposing sides in a bitter court battle, a district attorney and his lawyer wife match wits on equal rights for women. Credits: Producer Lawrence Weingarten. Director George Cukor. Screenplay Ruth Gordon, Garson Kanin. Music Miklos Rosa. Film Editor George Baumler. Cast: Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, Judy Holliday, Tom Ewell, David Wayne. Lowe's Incorporated, November 49, LP 2615. Beauty and the Beast, La Belle et la Bête. Andre Pauve, France, 1946. Released in the U.S. by L'Opéra Films, Incorporated. 1947. 90 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter. In French with English titles. Based on the tale by Madame Lebrun de Beaumont. Summary: a fantasy in which a household drudge is delivered into the hands of a monster who falls in love with her and is eventually revealed as a handsome prince. Credits: Director of Production Émile Darbon. Director, Story, Dialogue Jean Cocteau. Music Georges Auric. Editor Claude Iberia. Cast: Jean Moret, Josette Day, Marcel Andre, Mila Parly, Nan Germain. L'Opéra Films, Incorporated. December 46. LP 1722. Black Narcissus. The Archers Film Productions, London. Released in the U.S. by Universal International. Copyright 1948. Presented by J. Arthur Rank. 99 minutes. Sound. Color. 35mm. Based on the novel by Rumer Godden. Summary. A drama about 5 Anglican nuns who organize a convent school in an abandoned palace in the Himalayan mountains. They experience loneliness and ultimate failure in attempting to cope with ignorance, delinquency, cynicism, and human passions. Credits. Produced, directed, and written by Michael Powell. Emmerich Pressburger. Editor, Reginald Mills. Music, Brian Easdale. Cast: Deborah Carr, Sabu, David Farrar, Flora Robeson, Esmond Knight. Applied author, Universal Pictures Co., Incorporated. Independent Producers Limited. 3 June 48. LP 1925. A Double Life. Universal Pictures Company, Incorporated. Copyright 1948. 103 minutes. Sound. Black and white. 35mm. A Canon production. Summary. Reality and illusion become indistinguishable in the mind of an actor playing the part of Othello. After strangling an off-stage sweetheart, he returns to the theater and stabs himself fatally during a performance. Credits. Producer, Michael Kanan. Director, George Cukor. Script, Ruth Gordon, Garson Kanan. Music, Miklos Rosa. Film editor, Robert Parrish. Cast: Ronald Colman, Signe Hasso, Edmund O'Brien, Shelley Winters, Ray Collins. Universal Pictures Co., Incorporated, and Kanan Productions. 8 March 48. LP 1706. I Remember Mama. RKO Radio Pictures, Incorporated. Copyright 1948. Presented by Dor Sherry. 134 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35mm. Based on the play adapted by John Van Druten from the novel Mama's Bank Account by Catherine Forbes, pseudonym of Catherine Anderson McLean. Summary. The experiences of a Norwegian family living in San Francisco in the 1910s. Credits. Executive producer and director, George Stevens. Producer, Harriet Parsons. Screenplay, DeWitt Bodine. Music score, Roy Webb. Music director, C. Bakalenkoff. Film editor, Robert Swink. Cast: Irene Dunn, Barbara Bel Geddes, Oscar Homolka, Philip Dorn, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. RKO Radio Pictures Incorporated. 11 March 48. LP 1606. In the Good Old Summer Time. Lowe's Incorporated. Copyright 1949. 103 minutes. Sound, color, 35mm. An MGM picture. A new version of the 1940 motion picture The Shop Around the Corner, based on a play by Miklos Laszlo. Summary. A musical comedy about 2 mail-order lovers who unknowingly work in the same office. Setting, Chicago at the turn of the century. Credits. Producer, Joe Pasternak. Director, Robert Z. Leonard. Screenplay, Samson Rafelson. Adaptation, Albert Hackett, Francis Goodrich, Ivan Tors. Music director, Georgie Stoll. Film editor, Adrienne Fezan. Cast: Judy Garland, Van Johnson, S. Z. Cuddles Sakal, Spring Byington, Clinton Sundberg. Lowe's Incorporated, 23 June 49, LP 2370. Key Largo, Warner Brothers Pictures, Incorporated. Copyright 1948. 101 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter. Based on the play by Maxwell Anderson. Summary. A cynical young Army officer arrives by chance on Key Largo, off the coast of Florida. He aligns himself on the side of law and order when he finds that the island is the rendezvous of a gang of counterfeiters. Credits. Producer Jerry Wald. Director John Huston. Screenplay Richard Brooks, John Huston. Music Max Steiner. Orchestrations Murray Cutter. Film Editor Rudy Fair. Cast Humphrey Bogart, Edward G. Robinson, Lauren Bacall, Lionel Barrymore, Claire Trevor. Warner Brothers Pictures Incorporated, 31 July 48, LP 1750. The Paleface, Paramount Pictures Incorporated. Copyright 1948. 91 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter. Summary. A burlesque of the horse opera. A timid traveling dentist, mistaken for a federal agent, despite gun duels and an attempted burning at the stake, escapes the Indians on the warpath, outwits the outlaws, and wins the love of a gun-toting cowgirl. Credits. Producer Robert L. Welch. Director Norman Z. McLeod. Original screenplay Edmund Hartman, Frank Tashlin. Music score Victor Young. Editor Ellsworth Hoagland. Cast Bob Hope, Jane Russell, Robert Armstrong, Iris Adrian, Robert Watson. Paramount Pictures Incorporated, 24 December 48, LP 2183. The Paradigm Case, Vanguard Films Incorporated. Copyright 1947. 132 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter. Based on Robert Hitchens' novel. Summary. A melodrama in which a famous lawyer becomes infatuated with his client, a woman accused of murdering her blind husband. Glimpses of gay, luxurious living contrast with the principal setting, a courtroom in Old Bailey, London. Credits. Producer David O. Selznick. Director Alfred Hitchcock. Screenplay David O. Selznick. Adaptation Alma Raville. Music Franz Waxman. Film Editor Hal C. Kern. Cast Gregory Peck, Ann Todd, Charles Lawton, Charles Coburn, Ethel Barrymore. Vanguard Films Incorporated, 27 December 47, LP 1489. The Velvet Touch, Independent Artists, Limited. Copyright 1948. 97 minutes. Sound, black and white, 35 millimeter. Summary. When Valerie Stanton, an actress, strikes her bullying producer a single blow with a metal statuette, he falls dead at her feet. Thereafter, Valerie's tortured conscience gives her no peace, and she confesses to the police in the moment of her greatest triumph. Credits. Producer Frederick Brisson. Director John Gage. Story William Mercer, Annabelle Ross. Screenplay Leo Roston. Adaptation Walter Riley. Music Director C. Bakalenikoff. Music Score Lee Harline. Film Editor Chandler House. Cast Rosalind Russell, Leo Jen, Claire Trevor, Sidney Greenstreet, Leon Ames. Independent Artists Limited, 4 August 48, LP 1762. End of 10 Great Films of the Late 40s by Library of Congress Copyright Office.
Trinity Atomic Test Site by the National Atomic Museum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Trinity Atomic Test Site by the National Atomic Museum. The First Atomic Test. On Monday morning, July 16, 1945, the world was changed forever when the first atomic bomb was tested in an isolated area of the New Mexico desert. Conducted in the final month of World War II by the top-secret Manhattan Engineer District, this test was codenamed Trinity. The Trinity test took place on the Alamogordo Bombing and Gunnery Range, about 230 miles south of the Manhattan Project's headquarters at Los Alamos, New Mexico. Today, this 3,200 square mile range, partially located in the desolate Jornada del Muerto Valley, is named the White Sands Missile Range, and is actively used for non-nuclear weapons testing. Before the war, the range was mostly public and private grazing land that had always been sparsely populated. During the war, it was even more lonely and deserted because the ranchers had agreed to vacate their homes in January 1942. They left because the War Department wanted the land to use as an artillery and bombing practice area. In September 1944, a remote 18 by 24 square mile portion of the northeast corner of the bombing range was set aside for the Manhattan Project and the Trinity test by the military. The selection of this remote location in the Jornada del Muerto Valley for the Trinity test site was from an internal list of 8 possible test sites. Besides the Jornada, 3 of the other 7 sites were also located in New Mexico: the Tularosa Base near Alamogordo, the lava beds, now the El Mapas National Monument, south of Grants, and an area southwest of Cuba and north of Thoreau. Other possible sites not located in New Mexico were an Army training area north of Blythe, California, in the Mojave Desert; San Nicolas Island, one of the Channel Islands, off the coast of Southern California; and on Padre Island south of Corpus Christi, Texas, in the Gulf of Mexico. The last choice for the test was the beautiful San Luis Valley of south-central Colorado, near today's Great Sand Dunes National Monument. Based on a number of criteria that included availability, distance from Los Alamos, good weather, few or no settlements, and that no Indian land would be used, the choices for the test site were narrowed down to 2 in the summer of 1944. The first choice was the military training area in Southern California. The second choice was the Jornada del Muerto Valley in New Mexico. The final site selection was made in late August 1944 by Major General Leslie R. Groves, the military head of the Manhattan Project. When General Groves discovered that in order to use the California location, he would need the permission of its commander, General George Patton, Groves quickly decided on the second choice, the Jornada del Muerto. This was because General Groves did not want anything to do with the flamboyant Patton, who Groves had once described as the most disagreeable man I had ever met. Despite being second choice, the remote Jornada was a good location for the test, because it provided isolation for security and safety, was only 230 miles south of Los Alamos, and was already under military control. Plus, the Jornada enjoyed relatively good weather. The history of the Jornada is in itself quite fascinating, since it was given its name by the Spanish conquerors of New Mexico. The Jornada was a shortcut on the Camino Real, the King's Highway that linked Old Mexico to Santa Fe, the capital of New Mexico. The Camino Real went north from Mexico City till it joined the Rio Grande near present El Paso, Texas. Then the trail followed the river valley further north to a point where the river curved to the west, and its valley narrowed and became impassable for the supply wagons. To avoid this obstacle, the wagons took the dubious detour north across the Jornada del Muerto. 60 miles of desert, very little water, and numerous hostile Apaches. Hence the name Jornada del Muerto, which is often translated as the journey of death or as the route of the dead man. It is also interesting to note that in the late 16th century, the Spanish considered their province of New Mexico to include most of North America west of the Mississippi. The origin of the code name Trinity for the test site is also interesting, but the true source is unknown. One popular account attributes the name to J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientific head of the Manhattan Project. According to this version, The well-read Oppenheimer based the name Trinity on the 14th Holy Sonnet by John Donne, a 16th century English poet and sermon writer. The sonnet started, "Batter my heart, three-personed God." Another version of the name's origin comes from the University of New Mexico's historian Furnick M. Saz. In his 1984 book The Day the Sun Rose Twice, Saz quotes Robert W. Henderson, head of the engineering group in the explosives division of the Manhattan Project. Henderson told Saz that the name Trinity came from Major W. A. Lex Stevens. According to Henderson, he and Stevens were at the test site discussing the best way to haul Jumbo, see below, the 30 miles from the closest railway siding to the test site. A devout Roman Catholic, Stevens observed that the railway siding was called Pope's Siding. He then remarked that the Pope had special access to the Trinity, and that the scientists would need all the help they could get to move the 214-ton Jumbo to its proper spot. The Trinity test was originally set for July 4, 1945. However, final preparations for the test, which included the assembly of the bomb's plutonium core, did not begin in earnest until Thursday, July 12. The abandoned George McDonald Ranch House, located 2 miles south of the test site, served as the assembly point for the device's core. After assembly, the plutonium core was transported to Trinity Site to be inserted into the thing or gadget as the atomic device was called. But on the first attempt to insert the core, it stuck. After letting the temperatures of the core and gadget equalize, the core fit perfectly to the great relief of all present. The completed device was raised to the top of a 100-foot steel tower on Saturday, July 14. During this process, workers piled up mattresses beneath the gadget to cushion a possible fall. When the bomb reached the top of the tower without mishap, installation of the explosive detonators began. The 100-foot tower, a surplus Forest Service fire watch tower, was designated Point Zero. Ground Zero was at the base of the tower. As a result of all the anxiety surrounding the possibility of a failure of the test, a verse by an unknown author circulated around Los Alamos. It read, "From this crude lad that spawned a dud, their necks to Truman's axe uncurled, lo the embattered savant stood, and fired the flop heard round the world." A betting pool was also started by scientists at Los Alamos on the possible yield of the Trinity test. Yields from 45,000 tons of TNT to zero were selected by the various bettors. The Nobel Prize-winning 1938 physicist Enrico Fermi was willing to bet anyone that the test would wipe out all life on Earth, with special odds on the mere destruction of the entire state of New Mexico. Meanwhile, back at the test site, technicians installed seismographic and photographic equipment at varying distances from the tower. Other instruments were set up for recording radioactivity, temperature, air pressure, and similar data needed by the project scientist. According to Lansing Lamont, in his 1965 book Day of Trinity, life at Trinity could at times be very exciting. One afternoon, while scientists were busily setting up test instruments in the desert, the tail gunner of a low-flying B-29 bomber spotted some grazing antelopes and opened up with his twin 50-caliber machine guns. A dozen scientists, under the plane and out of the gunner's line of vision, dropped their instruments and hugged the ground in terror as the bullets thudded about them. Later, a number of these scientists threatened to quit the project. Workers built 3 observation points 5.68 miles, 10,000 yards, north, south, and west of Ground Zero. Codenamed Able, Baker, and Pittsburgh, these heavily built wooden bunkers were reinforced with concrete and covered with earth. The bunker designated Baker, or South 10,000, served as the control center for the test. This is where head scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer would be for the test. A 4th observation point was the test base camp, the abandoned Dave McDonald Ranch, located about 10 miles southwest of Ground Zero. The primary observation point was on Campagna Hill, located about 20 miles to the northwest of Trinity, near today's Stallion Range Gate, off New Mexico 380. The test was originally scheduled for 4 a.m., Monday, July 16, but was postponed to 5:30 due to a severe thunderstorm that would have increased the amount of radioactive fallout, and have interfered with the test results. The rain finally stopped at 5:29:45 a.m. Mountain War Time. The device exploded successfully, and the atomic age was born. The nuclear blast created a flash of light brighter than a dozen suns. The light was seen over the entire state of New Mexico and in parts of Arizona, Texas, and Mexico. The resultant mushroom cloud rose to over 38,000 feet within minutes, and the heat of the explosion was 10,000 times hotter than the surface of the sun. At 10 miles away, this heat was described as like standing directly in front of a roaring fireplace. Every living thing within a mile of the tower was obliterated. The power of the bomb was estimated to be equal to 20,000 tons of TNT, or equivalent to the bomb load of 2,000 B-29 superfortresses. After witnessing the awesome blast, Oppenheimer quoted a line from a sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. He said, "I am become death, the shatterer of worlds." In Los Alamos, 230 miles to the north, a group of scientists' wives who had stayed up all night for the not-so-secret test saw the light and heard the distant sound. One wife, Jane Wilson, described it this way: "Then it came, the blinding light no one had ever seen, the trees illuminated leaping out, the mountains flashing into life. Later, the long, slow rumble. Something had happened all right, for good or ill." General Grove's deputy commander, Brigadier General T.F. Farrell, described the explosion in great detail. The effects could well be called unprecedented, magnificent, beautiful, stupendous, and terrifying. No man-made phenomena of such tremendous power had ever occurred before. The lighting effects beggared description. The whole country was lighted by a searing light with the intensity many times that of the noonday sun. It was golden, purple, violet, gray, and blue. It lighted every peak, crevice, and ridge of the nearby mountain range with a clarity and beauty that cannot be described but must be seen to be imagined. Immediately after the test, a Sherman M4 tank, equipped with its own air supply and lined with 2 inches of lead, went out to explore the site. The lead lining added 12 tons to the tank's weight, but was necessary to protect its occupants from the radiation levels at ground zero. The tank's passengers found that the 100-foot steel tower had virtually disappeared, with only the metal and concrete stumps of its 4 legs remaining. Surrounding ground zero was a crater almost 2,400 feet across and about 10 feet deep in places. Desert sand around the tower had been fused by the intense heat of the blast into a jade-colored glass. This atomic glass was given the name atomsite, but the name was later changed to trinitite. Due to the intense secrecy surrounding the test, no accurate information of what happened was released to the public until after the second atomic bomb had been dropped on Japan. However, many people in New Mexico were well aware that something extraordinary had happened the morning of July 16, 1945. The blinding flash of light, followed by the shock wave, had made a vivid impression on people who lived within a radius of 160 miles of ground zero. Windows were shattered 120 miles away in Silver City, and residents of Albuquerque saw the bright light of the explosion on the southern horizon and felt the tremor of the shock waves moments later. The true story of the Trinity test first became known to the public on August 6, 1945. This is when the world's second nuclear bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, exploded 1,850 feet over Hiroshima, Japan, destroying a large portion of the city and killing an estimated 70,000 to 130,000 of its inhabitants. 3 days later, on August 9, a third atomic bomb devastated the city of Nagasaki and killed approximately 45,000 more Japanese. The Nagasaki weapon was a plutonium bomb, similar to the Trinity device, and it was nicknamed Fat Man. On Tuesday, August 14, at 7 p.m. Eastern Wartime, President Truman made a brief formal announcement that Japan had finally surrendered and World War II was over after almost 6 years and 60 million deaths. On Sunday, September 9, 1945, Trinity Site was opened to the press for the first time. This was mainly to dispel rumors of lingering high radiation levels there, as well as in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Led by General Groves and Oppenheimer, this widely publicized visit made Trinity front-page news all over the country. Trinity Site was later encircled with more than a mile of chain-link fencing and posted with signs warning of radioactivity. In the early 1950s, most of the remaining trinitite in the crater was bulldozed into an underground concrete bunker near Trinity. Also at this time, the crater was backfilled with new soil. In 1963, the trinitite was removed from the bunker, packed into 55-gallon drums, and loaded into trucks belonging to the Atomic Energy Commission, the successor of the Manhattan Project. Trinity Site remained off limits to military and civilian personnel of the range and closed to the public for many years, despite attempts immediately after the war to turn Trinity into a national monument. In 1953, about 700 people attended the first Trinity Site open house sponsored by the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce and the Missile Range. 2 years later, a small group from Tularosa, New Mexico, visited the site on the 10th anniversary of the explosion to conduct a religious service and pray for peace. Regular visits have been made annually in recent years on the first Saturday in October instead of the anniversary date of July 16 to avoid the desert heat. Later, Trinity Site was open one additional day on the first Saturday in April. The site remains closed to the public except for these 2 days because it lies within the impact areas for missiles fired into the northern part of the range. In 1965, range officials erected a modest monument at Ground Zero. Built of black lava rock, this monument serves as a permanent marker for the site and as a reminder of the momentous event that occurred there. On the monument is a plain metal plaque with a simple inscription: Trinity Site, where the world's first nuclear device was exploded on July 16, 1945. During the annual tour in 1975, a second plaque was added below the first by the National Park Service, designating Trinity Site a National Historic Landmark. This plaque reads, "This site possesses national significance in commemorating the history of the USA." Jumbo. Lying next to the entrance of the chain-link fence that still surrounds Trinity Site are the rusty remains of Jumbo. Jumbo was the code name for the 214-ton thermos-shaped steel and concrete container designed to hold the precious plutonium core of the Trinity device in case of a nuclear misfire. Built by the Babcock and Wilcox Company of Barberton, Ohio, Jumbo was 28 feet long, 12 feet 8 inches in diameter, and with steel walls up to 16 inches thick. The idea of using some kind of container for the Trinity device was based on the fact that plutonium was extremely expensive and very difficult to produce. So much thought went into a way of containing the 15-pound plutonium core of the bomb, in case the 5,300 pounds of conventional high explosives surrounding the core exploded without setting off a nuclear blast, and in the process, scattering the costly plutonium, about $250 million worth, across the desert. After extensive research and testing of other potential containment ideas, the concept of Jumbo was decided on in the late summer of 1944. However, by the spring of 1945, after Jumbo had already been built and transported with great difficulty to the Trinity Site by the Eckley Corporation of Pittsburgh, it was decided not to explode the Trinity device inside of Jumbo after all. There were several reasons for this new decision. First, plutonium had become more readily, relatively, available. Second, the project scientists decided that the Trinity device would probably work as planned. And last, the scientists realized that if Jumbo were used, it would adversely affect the test results, and add 214 tons of highly radioactive material into the atmosphere. Not knowing what else to do with the massive $12 million Jumbo, it was decided to suspend it from a steel tower 800 yards from Ground Zero to see how it would withstand the Trinity test. Jumbo survived the approximately 20 kiloton Trinity blast undamaged, but its supporting 70-foot tall steel tower was flattened. 2 years later, in an attempt to destroy the unused Jumbo before it and its $12 million cost came to the attention of a congressional investigating committee, Manhattan Project Director General Groves ordered 2 junior officers from the Special Weapons Division at Sandia Army Base in Albuquerque to test Jumbo. The Army officers placed 8 500-pound conventional bombs in the bottom of Jumbo. Since the bombs were on the bottom of Jumbo and not the center, the correct position, the resultant explosion blew both ends off Jumbo. Unable to totally destroy Jumbo, the Army then buried it in the desert near Trinity Site. It was not until the early 1970s that the impressive remains of Jumbo, still weighing over 180 tons, were moved to their present location. Schmidt-McDonald Ranch House. The Schmidt-McDonald Ranch House is located 2 miles south of Ground Zero. The property encompasses about 3 acres and consists of the main house and assorted outbuildings. The house, surrounded by a low stone wall, was built in 1913 by Franz Schmidt, a German immigrant and homesteader. In the 1920s, Schmidt sold the ranch to George McDonald and moved to Florida. The ranch house is a 1-story, 1,750 square foot adobe mud brick building. An ice house is located on the west side, along with a 9-foot 4-inch deep underground cistern. A 14 by 18.5 foot stone addition, which included a modern bathroom, was added onto the north side in the 1930s. East of the house there is a large divided concrete water storage tank and a windmill. South of the windmill are the remains of a bunkhouse, and a barn which also served as a garage. Further to the east are corrals and holding pens for livestock. The McDonalds vacated their ranch house and their thousands of acres of marginal rangeland in early 1942, when it became part of the Alamogordo bombing and gunnery range. The old house remained empty until Manhattan Project personnel arrived in 1945. Then, a spacious room in the northeast corner of the house was selected by the project personnel for the assembly of the plutonium core of the Trinity device. Workmen installed workbenches, tables, and other equipment in this large room. To keep the desert dust and sand out, the room's windows and cracks were covered with plastic and sealed with tape. The core of the bomb consisted of 2 hemispheres of plutonium, Pu-239, and an initiator. According to reports, while scientists assembled the initiator and the Pu-239 hemispheres, jeeps were positioned outside with their engines running for a quick getaway if needed. Detection devices were used to monitor radiation levels in the room, and when fully assembled, the core was warm to the touch. The completed core was later transported 2 miles to ground zero, inserted into the bomb assembly, and raised to the top of the tower. The Trinity explosion on Monday morning, July 16, did not significantly damage the McDonald house. Even though most of the windows were blown out and the chimney was blown over, the main structure survived intact. Years of rainwater dripping through holes in the metal roof did much more damage to the mud brick walls than the bomb did. The nearby barn did not fare as well. The Trinity test blew part of its roof off, and the roof has since totally collapsed. The ranch house stood empty and deteriorating for 37 years until 1982, when the U.S. Army stabilized it to prevent any further damage. The next year, the Department of Energy and the Army provided funds to the National Park Service to completely restore the house to the way it appeared in July 1945. When the work was completed, the house, with many photo displays on Trinity, was opened to the public for the first time in October 1984 during the semi-annual tour. The Schmidt-McDonald Ranch House is part of the Trinity National Historic Landmark. The National Atomic Museum, Kirtland Air Force Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Since its opening in 1969, the objective of the National Atomic Museum has been to provide a readily accessible repository of educational materials and information on the atomic age. In addition, the museum's goal is to preserve, interpret, and exhibit to the public memorabilia of this age. In late 1991, the museum was chartered by Congress as the United States' only official atomic museum. Prominently featured in the museum's high bay is the story of the Manhattan Engineer District, the unprecedented $2.2 billion scientific engineering project that was centered in New Mexico during World War II. The Manhattan Project, as it was more commonly called, developed, built, and tested the world's first atomic bomb in New Mexico. This display also includes casings similar to the only atomic bombs ever used in warfare. Dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, these 2 bombs helped bring World War II to an end in mid-August 1945. The story of the Manhattan Project's 3 secret cities, Hanford, Washington, Los Alamos, New Mexico, and Oak Ridge, Tennessee, is also presented in this area. A portion of the museum, the low bay, is devoted to exhibits on the research, development, and use of various forms of nuclear energy. Historical and other traveling exhibits are also displayed in this area. Also found in the low bay is a museum store, which is operated by the museum's foundation. Adjacent to the low bay is the theater. The featured film is David Wolper's classic 1963 production, 10 Seconds That Shook the World. This excellent film is a 53-minute documentary on the Manhattan Project. Other films relating to the history of the atomic age are available for viewing and checkout from the library. Next to the theater is the Library Department of Energy Public Reading Room, containing government documents that are available to the public for in-library research. The library also has many nuclear-related books available for reference and checkout. Located around the outside of the museum are a number of large exhibits. These include the Boeing B-52B jet bomber that dropped the United States' last airburst H-bomb in 1962, and a 280mm 11 inches atomic cannon, once America's most powerful field artillery. Also found in this area is a Navy TA-7C, a modified A-7B Corsair II fighter bomber, a veteran of the Vietnam War. Many other nuclear weapon systems, rockets, and missiles are found in this area. In front of the museum are a pair of Navy Terrier missiles. The Terrier was the Navy's first operational surface-to-air missile. To the south of the museum, next to the visitors' parking lot, is a Republic F-105D Thunder Chief fighter bomber. Further south is a World War II Boeing B-29 Superfortress. This plane is similar to the B-29's Enola Gay and Boxcar that dropped the atomic bombs on Japan. The National Atomic Museum is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily, except for New Year's Day, Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. The museum is located at 20358 Wyoming Boulevard Southeast on Kirtland Air Force Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Guided tours for groups are available by calling in advance. Admission and tours are free, and cameras are always welcome. End of Trinity Atomic Test Site by the National Atomic Museum. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
A World Religion by Annie Besant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among the many names with which the love and reverence of man have appealed to the Supreme Being, there is none perhaps more full of significance, none whose implications are more important, than the well-known Masonic title, the Great Architect of the Universe. An architect is not a builder. An architect is one who plans, and one who hands over his plan to many others to carry out, bit by bit, stone by stone, but under all the diversities of the many builders, under all the movement and whirl of a great mass of workmen. All are moved to a single end, all are contributing to the carrying out of a single plan, to make an idea manifest in material matter to the world when the plan is carried out in form. Now there are many ways of reading history. Sometimes in the school a mere mass of dates and names, utterly uninteresting, a matter of memory and not of thought, is given as history, but that is not history, that is only the dry bones, the skeleton of history, and the one that has only read history in that way knows nothing of its reality and its teaching. Or again you might read history a little more wisely, not thinking only of the names of kings and statesmen, but realizing the movements of peoples, understanding the great forces by which nations rise, rule and fall, and so play their part in the theater of the world. But even that is not history in its deepest sense. It is still the corpse. The muscles are there, the nerves are there, the skin, the features are there, but it is a dead body and not a living one. You only begin to understand the fascination, the enthralling interest of history, when you see the events on earth as the projections thrown down onto the earth of spiritual realities in higher and mightier worlds. When you begin to see in the events of history the working of a mighty plan, the shaping of a great purpose, the carrying out down here of the thoughts conceived in the spiritual world, then your body becomes alive, then the form takes on the attribute of the living man pulsing with life. History rises up before you, and you realize that the outer events are but the shadow of the realities, and that the realities that cast the shadows are the spiritual truths of the universe. And as that thought begins to show itself, history becomes illuminated, and the outlines of the plan shine through the tangle of events. Even looking back, say a century and a quarter, how different was the world then, how separate in its parts, how ignorant the nations of each other, how profound the darkness which veiled the East from the West, and the West from the East. From time to time before that, as in the reign of Elizabeth, a stray traveler may have gone over to the Eastern lands, and brought back some message of the wonders there, of delicate art, of exquisite craftsmanship, of treasures which dazzled the imagination of the West. But those travelers, few and far between, knew nothing of the thoughts of the people, though they admired their handiwork, knew nothing of the religions that they followed, nothing of the philosophy that they studied, nothing of the scriptures on which their lives were built. It was scarcely more than 120 years ago when first a touch of Eastern science was brought over to Western lands, when the great mayor of Paris, Bailly, who perished later in the Reign of Terror, first drew the attention of Europe to the marvelous astronomy of the East. Then there came over some of the stories of the popular faith, copyings of some of the pictures, the scriptures, used in the temples of that ancient faith. There you have the beginning, the foundation, of the science called comparative mythology, which in the last century has received such an enormous impulse by the researches of the archaeologist and the antiquarian. You will find in some of the earlier books of the 19th century the beginnings of that free thought movement, which gradually blended with scientific materialism, and made a dangerous foe, menacing the very life of religion. Some of the books which are classics came from France, especially towards the close of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. Then a little later Englishmen joined in the study. But still the best of the East did not come over here. Only some of the religious stories and many of the external superstitions came. It was only comparatively lately, in the days of Max Muller, when that splendid series of the sacred books of the East was published, that gradually the European mind awakened to the world treasures of philosophy and wisdom that lay buried in the literature of the East. The German philosophers had touched upon it. Emerson, the famous American essayist, possessed the one copy that existed in America in his day of that well-known Hindu scripture, the Song Celestial. Since that time how great the change! Every educated man knows something of the sacred literature of the Hindu, of the Buddhist, of the Chinese, has tried to read, and endeavored to grasp and understand, and now we find in the universities they are beginning to have chairs of Oriental literature, so that Eastern knowledge and Western knowledge may supplement each other, instead of being regarded as antagonistic to each other. And you can see, if you look through that century, the wonderful change that has come in two directions. First, the gradual bringing of India under the rule of Great Britain, and the familiarizing of Great Britain with the Indian thought of the past and of the present. On the other hand, the uprising of the Far East, grappling in a death struggle with a Western nation, the war between Russia and Japan, which left the great Eastern power triumphant. Can you catch under that no glimpse of a plan, no working of a determinate end, in guiding the East and West along the road beneficial to humanity at large? Is it not true that the Eastern and Western minds are drawing together, the one philosophically metaphysical, the other fond of every science that deals with matter? How that Eastern mind, subtle and spiritual, is gradually becoming wedded to the Western mind, scientific and practical, seeking to turn discoveries and knowledge to the practical prosperity of man. How the Eastern ideals are again taking their place, tempered with the practicality of the West. How the Eastern lack of public spirit is gradually being made good by the altruism and the public spirit and patriotism of the West. How Britain is working in India, how India is reacting on Britain, until you can see gradually forming, amid the dust and the turmoil of the present, the outlines of a mighty world empire, with East and West together, mighty world powers linking and marching side by side, until India shall no longer be a constant menace, a danger in the moment of Britain's weakness, but shall be a buttress and a strength, the oldest and the youngest branches of the Aryan family joining hands in one mighty empire, which by the peace it will make will offer a fit field for the spread, for the teaching, of a world religion. All religions now have passed, for all readily educated and thoughtful persons, out of the stage in which they try to convert each other, into the stage when they try to understand and learn from each other. All religions are different with a purpose. If great truths are to express themselves fully, it cannot be through a single faith, nor by a single intellectual presentment. And if you will look for a moment at the religions of the world as a whole, you will find that every religion strikes a different note, and not one of these notes is to be spared in the making of the mighty chord which shall arise from humanity to God. For religion is the search for God, and every religion gives us a letter of His name, and only when the rivalries are over and each religion is speaking out of its letter, will the mighty name shine out complete, through the contribution that every faith has made. The most cursory glimpse of the world's faiths, living and dead, will convince you of the truth of what I say, for every one of them gives out a different note. Every one of them contributes something special to the making of the world religion of the future. Not in monotone, but in chords and harmony comes out the great revelation of God to man. One religion would be a monotone. The world's religions make a full harmonious chord. And think how different is the dominant idea that goes out from every faith. Think of Hinduism, the oldest of the world's religions. One of your Scotch divines, who lived for a very long time in India as a missionary and founded the great Christian college at Madras, Dr. Miller, has said what, in his opinion, is the contribution of Hinduism to the religious thought of the world. He summed it up as a proclamation of the immanence of God and the solidarity of man. In those two phases you have but one truth, for if God be immanent in all, then the lives animated by a single life must form one vast solidarity. The one life in all means the brotherhood of the many. Only when we realize that God is seen in everything do we feel that all lives belong to that single life. Then from Parsism comes out the note of purity, purity of thought, of word, of deed. That is the formula that every Parsi repeats day by day as he ties his sacred thread. And Buddhism gives right knowledge, right understanding, right thinking. That is the great message of Buddhism to the world. Greece speaks of beauty, and Rome speaks of law, and the message of Egypt is science. Christianity gives the message of self-sacrifice, Judaism that of righteousness, and so on, one after another. You see that every religion has its special idea that it gives to the religion of the future, and all those pearls of truth, not one must be lacking when religion's great necklace of jewels is placed round the neck of humanity. So looking thus at the religions as each contributing its own thought above all others, realizing that the political and social condition of the world is gradually making an area where the world religion can grow up, let us next ask what would be the conditions of such a religion, and what its special gifts to the world. First of all, I do not believe that the religions of the time will disappear as religions. I believe that they will be related to the world religion, as, say, the various churches of Christendom are related to Christianity. It is just as you find many a church, many a sect, just as you find many varieties of thought and teaching, but they all look up to the Christ as the supreme teacher, and accept His gospel as the foundation of their message. So in the world religion, the great religions will still exist, each one appealing to a special type and a special temperament of mankind, existing as sects of a single faith, existing as branches of a single tree, realizing their fundamental unity, but preserving their valuable diversity, for by construction and not destruction will come the fulfilling of the great religious law. For surely diversity is the very condition of a universe and of all its beauty. One expression of truth could never exhaust the contents of a spiritual truth. The intellect divides, separates, classifies. It can never give the full rounded all of the sum which is truth. A part of it, a fragment of it, an aspect of it, yes, that the intellectual presentment can give, but we need to have them all, in order that the many-faced truth may shine out for the helping and teaching of man. So I look for a great world religion, where each religion will have its place, where each great faith will present its own aspect of the truth. but where we all shall learn from every faith the special view it has to teach, and so widen our minds, enlarge our hearts, and deepen our reverence for the greatness of the truth. Looking for a moment at that conception, how shall we find that which unites? How shall we discover the method by which the intellectual presentment shall find a common origin in the spiritual truth? I will take two illustrations to show you exactly what I mean, and they are closely connected with each other. I spoke of the different ways of reading history. Let me take for a moment one great drama played on the stage of the world, familiar to you all, the life of the Christ. Now there are two ways in which you may regard it. One tends to divide, the other tends to unite. You may take it purely and entirely as the history of one man, however divine, a life led in the face of the world, great, inspiring, noble, but only a single life, however divine, with a single life's contents. Round that idea there has been much of controversy, much of struggle, much of antagonism. Questions of scholarship arise: the age of documents, the various readings, how long this manuscript has existed, what particular date can be given to that manuscript, come down or discovered perhaps in some church ruin, some ancient monastery. There is all the turmoil of intellectual strife, all the arguing of scholars and controversialists, everything which makes for controversy, and nothing which makes for inspiration. Now it is a story of a single life. Most people agree now that the idea put forward by Strauss that the Christ story is a myth is entirely out of court. That was one of the lines of attack very popular in the last century, but I doubt if any scholar today thinks for one moment that the Christ did not really exist on the stage of history, and teach and preach in Palestine. It is the history then of a life which had the most enormous effect upon mankind. But is that all it is? Or is there something deeper and greater which shall unite where scholarship and criticism divide? Never yet did a great spirit live on earth and live a life which was his alone, with no bearing upon his brethren, with no touching of the mankind to which he came. There is a deeper meaning in the history of the Christ, in which that life shines out in parable and drama, as it were. It is the story of the experience of every human spirit, as he unfolds from seed into flower and fruit. It was declared by a great teacher that Christ is the firstborn among many brethren. It is declared that all men are partakers of the divine nature, and surely that history loses nothing of its charm, if below the history of one man, however divine, you see your own history as you shall lead it, as you gradually rise from the carnal to the spiritual, and begin to realize the possibilities that lie latent in the spirit that is man. Then the whole unfolding of that story becomes the expression of a great mystical truth. The birth of the Christ in Bethlehem stands for the birth of the Christ in every one who is rising into realized divinity, in every one of those in whom St. Paul's phrase is being realized: "My little children, of whom I travel in birth again, until Christ be formed in you." Then you begin to see in that birth the birth of the Christ. In every human spirit you begin to see the growth in favor with God and man. You see the Spirit in the moment of baptism, when the life flows down upon him from above. You see him in the glory of transfiguration, when the human spirit begins to realize its own divinity. You see him in the agony of the Passion, when the soul approaching Deity finds out its human weakness, and agonizes in the last ordeals of the saint. You see him risen and ascended in the man who has attained the full stature of the Christ. And so you realize, however historical the story, it has a deeper spiritual meaning which underlies the whole, that Christ was living the story of all mankind, as well as a single life in Palestine 2000 years ago. Now it is that mystical story that unites. It is true for all men of every faith, true for all in their upward climb, true for all in their realization of divinity within themselves. And then it becomes an inspiration, the most potent that man can have for realizing the unity. He also realizes through that the possibility of a personal achievement, and then for the first time the words of Christ become literally possible of fulfillment. Be thee therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. For a man that is only a man, that command must remain forever unfulfilled. But for a man in whom the seed of God is sown, there is no perfection impossible for him as he passes from strength to strength. That is the mystical interpretation, and the religion of the future must be based on mysticism. See how that is carried out in one of the dogmas of the churches in regard to the atonement. See how it shows how much of truth there is in it, and how much of human error has veiled the spiritual truth. For in the ideal of Christ as an external Savior, however exquisitely beautiful and lovable from the standpoint of those he helps, there is always some feeling of unrest, of disturbance, inasmuch as someone outside is the helper, and gives us that which we do not realize for ourselves. But in the mystical view of the atonement with the birth of Christ in the human spirit, it is a Christ within instead of a Christ without. It is the unfolding of a life, instead of the imputation of the righteousness of another. There is nothing of legality, nor contract, nor materialism, but the opening up of a life that transforms, and makes atonement because it transforms man into God. You may say, are you against religious dogma? No. Dogma has its place in all teaching of truth. Science has it, just as much as religion. It is quite dogmatic to say that if you put hydrogen and oxygen together at a certain temperature, they will combine. A statement of truth imposed by authority from outside, that is what dogma is, and any such statement of truth is necessary for learning and for teaching. That is what critics of religious dogmas very often forget. But a dogma, not to be mischievous, must be based on experience and verifiable by experience, and that is sometimes the weak point of religious dogma, but it ought not to be so. All the great religious dogmas are based on experience, though not on the experience of modern people, but that is the fault of the modern people, and not the fault of the dogma. Every great spiritual truth thrown into dogmatic form, and imposed on the awed man by church, or pope, or book, has its origin in human experience in relation to divinity. For the religious consciousness is universal, and the great dogmas of the faiths of the world are built on that testimony of the religious consciousness of mankind. You say, how do you know it? Because you find them in every faith, you find them in every age. Every nation possesses the same truths, although in different words, the same great fundamental truths on which every religion is based. They are common truths, and they have been known by the experience of man in touch with the invisible worlds. Now there is no reason in the world why you should not again be able to verify these truths for yourselves, as in a moment I will show you. But what I want to put to you now is that the difference between the man who accepts the dogma and the mystic is this. The authority of the receiver of the dogma is outside him, and he has no knowledge which verifies the dogma, but the mystic knows the truth by sight. The spirit has faculties as well as the body. There is a science of the spirit as much as a physical science. The spirit can gain knowledge experimentally as well as the body, and when a man has reached a certain stage of evolution he needs no other authority to teach him religious truth, for within the depths of his own spirit there wells up the truth which the other sees from the outside, and an inner authority, and not an outer authority, reveals the truth that the mystic knows. He does not believe in God because the Church says, God is. He believes in God because he has found God within himself, and the Spirit knows that is where God is, and naught can ever shake that knowledge. The dogma standing on authority may be undermined by other authority. The dogma based not on a demonstration, but on a church or a book, may be shaken to pieces when other books are read and other religions are looked into. But your knowledge, your own experience, your own realization of the Deity within you, which makes you able to recognize the Deity without you, that nothing can shake, for it is your very own and you know it. You hold it, and if all the world were to rise against you, it would not be shaken. That is the position of the mystic. He knows Christ within him. There is the Spirit that is knowledge, and he recognizes that which agrees with the key note of his own spirit. For there is but one Spirit in many bodies, one life in many forms, one God in many temples, and so there comes to be one word and one knowledge, and that belongs equally to all who will to know, and not only to believe, to unfold within themselves the faculty of knowledge which lies within the spirit of every son of man. Now mysticism unites, for all the mystics of the world agree on the fundamentals of the spiritual consciousness. Dogmatists quarrel. Mystics reinforce each other, and on the development of the spirit in man, the religion of the future must depend. Those grow into knowledge. They will be the pillars of the religion of the future, and dogma will have its proper place in the teaching of the younger and inexperienced, until they have grown into religious manhood. So the mischief of dogma will disappear. It will take its rightful place as part of the education, the religious education, of the man. The dogmas will be taught in many forms in the different faiths, and the one mystical truth they embody will be taught in the religion, the world religion, as expressed in different ways in the churches. But another thing that religion must give us is a science of religion. If religion be true, each of you has those faculties I spoke of, which are to the spirit what the senses are to the body, and the reasoning mind to the intelligence. It is part of the duty of religion to teach us how to unfold those faculties in ourselves, in order that we may know, and religions do teach it and have taught it, only it has slipped so much out of sight today. Useful as was much that was done in the Reformation, priceless as is the importance of the assertion of liberty of thought and liberty of judgment, one great harm was done to Christianity by that movement. It robbed the protesting communities of much of that occult knowledge which has come down from the days of the apostles and the disciples, in the unbroken succession of the Church of Rome. The teachings of the Roman Church today contain far more occult science than is found in the bishops and the clergy of the communities that take the name of Protestants. It has methods of teaching, methods of training, ways of meditating, which in every great faith are the only ways of awakening those faculties which enable you to know and not only to believe. The faith which leads to man's perfection is laid down in some great Roman Catholic manuals, and is identical in its stages, its beginnings and its endings, with that same faith as taught in Buddhist treatises, as laid down in the Hindu science of Yoga. You might take what you like there, and you will find the teaching the same, the discipline the same, the methods of progress the same, only the words are different. Rome speaks of purification as the first step of that faith. The Hindu and the Buddhist call it the probationary path, on which certain qualifications are to be gained, and the qualifications are given one by one exactly, as what is wanted to control and to discipline the moods of the mind, and to make a man calm and pure and strong. Then you come to the next step, which Rome calls the path of illumination. The Hindu and the Buddhist call it the path of initiation, and mark out the various stages on the path, all the great initiations through which the disciples pass. The ending for both the Roman calls union, the Hindu and the Buddhist call liberation, but in both cases it means the realization of divinity, the union of the human spirit with the divine. A few months ago I was reading with some care a Roman Catholic treatise that any one of you might read with the greatest profit, if you care at all about the scientific side of mysticism. It is written by a Jesuit father, and in the translation is called The Graces of Inferior Prayer. It has received the approval of the Pope and of some of the high officials of the Roman Catholic Church. Now in that book, at the end of it, in dealing with union, the writer speaks of the deification of man. Man becomes divine. The union between God and man, so close, so utter, that man is deified. Now I confess, I was surprised to find a phrase so strong outside of the Theosophical, Hindu, and Buddhist treatises. I did not know that Rome would go so far in explaining what the end of the path connoted, and then I remembered that I ought to have known it, for one of the great teachers of the Church, St. Ambrose, gave the noble sentence, "Become what you are." Does it sound a paradox? It contains a great and profound meaning. Become the manifested God that you are already in seed and in germ, for if you think for a moment, you cannot become that which you are not. Only that which exists in you in possibility can ever be manifested by you in actuality. You must have it within before it can show itself without. And in that great sentence of St. Ambrose the idea of the universal religion is declared. The human spirit is divine, the offspring of God. Become then in outer manifestation that which you are in inner reality, and the world religion of the future will bring out the way again in sight of the people, will show them how to walk. It will lead them into a knowledge of their own divinity, mystical in its teaching, so that the teaching can be translated by all the religions into the varied dogmas, scientific with the knowledge of the spirit, so that men may learn to develop the spiritual faculties and then use them for the perfecting of their own nature, with no antagonists, for it will be universal, with no quarrels within it, for it will be all-inclusive. That mighty world religion is to be proclaimed by the Supreme Teacher, the Teacher of angels and of men, that in very truth is on the threshold, its foot is at the door. Look around you, and you will see the signs of the change. Look abroad over the world, and you will recognize that mighty synthesis is coming, into which all the world faiths shall be built and know themselves as one. When religious hatreds have passed, when religious controversies have disappeared, when men have learned the supreme truth so often preached, so little practiced, let him that loveth God love his brother also. When out of the world religion has grown the world peace, when out of the world faith has grown the world service, then religion shall be what it ought to be, the helper of the downtrodden, the protector of the weak, the teacher of the ignorant, the raiser of the fallen. Then religion will not only tie man to God, but man to man, and it will be realized that knowledge of God is best expressed in service to man. End of A World Religion by Annie Besant. Recording by Andrea Fiore.